Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of MTG Arena. Today is Monday, June 15th. Felt like a Friday. I'm still having trouble with my insomnia, so we're starting rather late, which means we're going to go in rather late. We also have now a quick draft, which I should do for 5,000 gold, which wouldn't even be that much. And this would be Alexian cards. Or I really push my luck and in 14 days this season ends, but in 9 days this mastery ends. And I assume this mastery ends the second the next mastery starts. So I would have like 5 days to make a choice. 5 days in which some sort of draft would be around. There is also something that I didn't see on Friday, in the sense, here we have another spin 50 to get 500 gold deal, which is still good. I wish there were some ways to spin 50 to get like 150 gems. So we have this cube draft, and the first entry is free, and it will give us gold for free, so we might as well play it. But this is going to suck, certainly. So what we're going to do on this, since we have an incredible amount of news today, is we'll do the cube draft and we'll just try and play it as well as we can. We're going to just do a white deck, I guess. So we'll just grab everything white and be quick about it, because these cards don't even go into your deck. So there's no rare drafting happening here, and I might as well just lose 3 times, except for the fact that I want the gold and the card rewards. And I thought there was an entry fee for this, so I wasn't willing to even do it on Friday. But I just overlooked the fact that the first entry was free. Inherently, we run into this problem of Magic the Gathering in general just constantly making you do too many varied things and play too much. That you can't really just focus down and do the things you want to do. You have to do the things that Magic the Gathering wants you to do. Where if you compare that to Hearthstone, if I wanted to play Wild in Hearthstone, I'm fairly certain you could have gotten all the daily quests playing Wild. And if there was anything at all that pushed you towards playing Standard in Hearthstone, it was very light. Almost except for ranked. Like, ranked was the only thing. If you wanted to get up in ranked in Standard, you had to play Standard, and if you wanted to get up in ranked and Wild, you had to play ranked and Wild. But that was about it. We had weekly brawls, and the weekly brawls eventually expanded to the point where you could play them any day in Hearthstone. That was a mistake. That wasn't the way it started. And then there was a lot of single player adventure modes that you could do at your leisure whenever you felt like it, or pretty much never, considering how you almost never got any cards for doing any of your solo adventure stuff. You maybe got a skin, and that was it. I would also say Hearthstone, come to think of it, only had regular skins, the way the cards regularly looked, and one style of legendary gold versions of cards, compared to Magic, which has expanded on that concept ridiculously to the point where you can have potentially 48 different versions, it seems like, of the same card, between it being faceless and borderless and extended art. What's funny now is we're starting to get some numbers popping up from the untapped.gg overlay, I don't know how that would help me any. And it certainly was way too slow for that to have been useful. Maybe if I had sat on every decision, I would have been better at this. You can see one person is slowing down the whole group of people, taking his time. And I imagine that is probably the case for a lot of like, I imagine that is the problem with a lot of car players, is that there is somebody who would do this. Alright, so do I want... We can draw a card, and or we could get a Juggernaut. Let's get a Juggernaut. But you do have this pick timer also, so you really couldn't do too much around that. And I am just picking white cards. That's all I'm doing. I'm not deciding whether the white cards are actually good. Although this is a cube, so the idea, I would assume, when somebody makes a cube, would be to think that there probably are going to be decent white cards regardless. Let's see. But I could also see that somebody makes a cube mostly with the concept of having a multicolored deck and then throwing in a bunch of garbage cards, which might be the case too. I imagine a lot of people could make cubes that were just full of random garbage too. Like, just make a Pauper's cube that is only commons and maybe uncommons. I don't know if Pauper cubes even include uncommons, and it's just your cast-offs. Let's see. Blue, green. We'll just sideboard that one. And then we'll just sideboard that one, since we've got nothing better we can do. And then as the battlefield, you may search your final land and put it on top of your library. Alright, well, we'll take it anyways. We'll just try not to waste too much time. So, the thing here is, over the course of maybe Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we have had announcements from several different people. There was a PC Gamer show showing off indie games. There was a PlayStation reveal that announced a bunch of games. So we're just all of a sudden heavy into the announcements. It feels really ridiculous that somebody didn't bother to try to get a week ahead, and a lot of these game companies in particular didn't bother to try and get a week ahead. But I imagine these had all been signed contracts and hastily negotiated contracts to renegotiate E3. It is also fairly obvious that none of these announcements actually came from an E3, whereas the right move for E3 would have been to say, well, we're going digital this year, and every week we're going to announce this. Wow, a 10 mana card. I didn't even know those things existed. Well, I guess we're taking the 10 mana card. No, we're not. The odds of me playing a 10 mana card are fairly low. And then I guess in a case like this, we'll take this fetch land. That's actually the best move. If you don't have anything that matches, since I'm doing a solo white deck, let's see. Like, yeah, doing monocolors on any kind of draft is probably insane. It's the wrong thing to do. But if I didn't have a choice, if there's nothing left here, sideboarding some really high value card from the other players might be useful. But it is also worth remembering that, at least to my understanding, what we are drafting now has nothing to do with the people that you're actually playing. So these names, Red Hulk 29, Poor Waffle, SOS Brigade, Ace the Dark, Changelers, and Mr. Mojo, and SOS Express. Like, none of those people will be the people we're actually playing against. We're just drafting with them. Interesting. So yeah, let's just go ahead and sideboard that guy. 2 of those, why not? Sideboard that guy. Go ahead and take that. Go ahead and take that. Take that. And this would matter so much more if we were keeping any of these cards. And I guess I wonder if there is a version of this where you do play a cube that somebody makes and you get to keep the cards at the end of the cube. That would be probably an expensive entry fee, to say the least, if somebody was going to spend the extra time to make a cube. And then, I imagine most people probably use Magic Online or some other service to make cubes, so they have it digitally in their head first. But even at that, it would be a fairly expensive move to have people play your cube. Like, see, you have here 8 players, $10 from each of those players for $80 minimum. If they get to keep the cards, whereas if they're just gonna play with the cards, you could probably go down to $5. You could even go down probably even to $2.50 and not be too cheap. Whereas we could also potentially charge $20 to play a cube where you get to keep the cards. That would be believable too. I wouldn't be surprised if you made a cube and you promised that it was all really expensive cards well above $5 each or $7 each. Yeah, and they get to keep the cards. You could easily charge them $40. Like, think about it. You're going to walk away with 40 cards or somewhere around that. So even $40, if you get 40 cards, if all of them are over $1, you would still be profiting as the person playing in the cube as much as the person selling the cube. And that really goes to show how there is this inherent problem with a collectible card game, in the fact that even if each card is only worth $1, when you have a game that says you have to have 40 cards in a deck, or 60 cards in a deck, or 80 cards in a deck, every single deck you play, $40 minimum. And sure, there are definitely some cards that aren't really worth $1 because they just are so frequent, or you run into this problem of you can't even waste your time trying to sort through the dollar commons enough to justify the effort. Plus, you can't ship any of those cards unless you get a big bundle of them. Yeah, the maximum number of any common that somebody would really want and have to pay money for, assuming that they're just not playing Magic by themselves and have literally no local game shop or friends who play Magic, which if you have no local game shop or friends who are playing Magic, you really shouldn't be playing the real world physical version of the game. The maximum you would want then it to have shipped to you would be 4 copies, and nobody is going to spend that effort at a game shop to ship 4 copies that are maybe worth $4. See, well, add a mana of any color. Then I just randomly picked something because it took too long. So yeah, the only way I could see getting commons that are less than $1 would be to potentially force somebody to order at least 60 cards. So yeah, at least 12 groups of 4 copies of commons. That would be the only thing I guess I could guess. Alright, so we now have 51 out of 40 cards. So let's now go through here and just decide what we want to get rid of with 15 planes. Let's see. One of these, like, exiles the top 20 cards from their land. I would like to really play that. 7, 8, well, 6. We'll get rid of that one. Do I have any enchantments at all? 7 enchantments. That's not a terrible amount. You may reveal a historic card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest of them. That's an interesting card. What makes something historic? And then it has crew 3. I have no idea what a historic card would be. This is a historic spell also. This is 4 mana. Which this would work fine. 4. Probably don't need that. Whenever you cast a historic spell, return target creature with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like, is there something here that would even be labeled as historic? Exile all attacking creatures that players search the library for that many basic lands. Put those cards on the battlefield tapped then shuffle them into your library. This one gets a charge counter for every character you play. This one's not really necessary. Let's see. This costs 2 mana to add 1 colorless mana. That's not useful. We have 4 more cards that we could get rid of. Put the 1/1 counter, that's not a bad one. Add 1 mana or any color of any color among legendary creatures and planeswalkers you control. Alright. Enchantments still at 7. Do we want to go a little over and have 4 extra cards? Or do we want to bend over backwards to get rid of a couple of things? Let's just go. Let's just go. This is gonna take too long if I wander around on this. This is already gonna be an incredibly long stream. So one of the things I was thinking about doing today was coming in from the attitude that yes, we are just not going to cover everything amongst the many presentations and announcements. I'll quickly say for the accountability section, I should have been scheduling videos. Instead, I played Minute. Minute literally took me 2 episodes to beat the game. That was kind of its selling point, but there also certainly was an annoyance there where it was fairly straightforward and fairly boring because of that to play Minute, and the new game plus really just had you yep. Whenever the new game plus just gave you 40 seconds instead of 60 seconds, which was not really any motivator. There was definitely a lot of collectibles I missed, but it didn't feel like I was really doing anything either. Alright, so that's now sealed. Lifelink until the end of the turn. Attack and go. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. What does this one's ability do? Okay, next. Chant creature without flying. Can't attack. Don't want to do that one. Let's go ahead and do that. And let's not attack this time. So yeah, after playing Minute, I started playing It'll Do 2 Plus. A little bit of a weird start on that game because it does have this whole controversy that I've kind of forgotten about that occurred where Ludosity had some kind of complaints with what does this one do? Choice of lifelink or indestructible. Okay. Does this have lifelink? Or does this have lifelink? You know what, we'll just go safe and we'll put lifelink on this guy. I don't think he does have lifelink, but we'll just go ahead and attack. Anyways. Put a 1/1 counter on that. That's an interesting tapped artwork. We need to spend 3 mana to equip this. Get it to be more powerful. Okay. First strike. Or lose its ability. Equip this, I guess. And then go ahead and equip this with lifelink. Do we have anything else we can do? No, I don't think so. So then we just do a three-way attack, which might win the game for us, or they might try something crazy here. Let's see, first strike. There we go, we got a win. So yeah, It'll Do 2 Plus started a little awkwardly, and then I started to do a super difficult like side mission section after the 3rd or 4th episode, and that kind of added a lot of frustration because I was doing this optional mission. The controls still feel awkward because it really feels like you should have only 8-way directional movement in It'll Do, and I'm fairly certain the first game played that way too. It's a little weird that each Facebook eventually is going to have you have an ability and then you're going to combine those abilities, and even in that you're not really getting those abilities. It's seemingly because you're doing the main game. I'm finding abilities kind of just strewn about. The overworld is small, the game seems short. You're literally, you start the game because your raft sinks, and you and your entire goal for the rest of the game seems to be to specifically just get 8 raft pieces, at least that's the goal for the first act. So the whole thing just feels a little too simplistic. It tries to kind of do its own thing while still kind of feeling like The Legend of Zelda, when honestly it probably should be more inspired by A Link to the Past and the more improved experiences that well, that sucks, that exist. Yeah, this guy may win immediately. It might be fairly quickly a smart move to simply concede if he's going to counter every spell I play. So there definitely is a point where it's frustrating to have this experience. See, we can equip this to something else, but that wouldn't help me any. So, yeah, I kind of wish it'll do 2+, and the plus really just means the graphics are slightly enhanced. And the way it does its graphics are weird on PC. Like, its resolution setting is not really a resolution setting as much as it is a cropping setting. Because the borderless window that it works in is just the native resolution of your screen. You unlock outfits in the game, and it seems like the outfits in the game are completely pointless. So I'm not really sure what the deal with that is. It feels like you could have had the artist animate one more enemy. Most of the enemies in the game, I'd say at least half of them, are just returning characters from the first game. And yeah, if they were going to go episodic, they've dropped the ball on that point also. And it's impossible to compare It'll Do 2 to something like Breath of the Wild, but even comparing it to like Ocarina of Time or even A Link to the Past, it just does seem like its ambition is far too low. And I would prefer it to not be that low. Certainly. On the other hand, if you were to compare It'll Do 2 or It'll Do 1 even to a low effort RPG Maker game, at least it's trying to do something different. But I don't think that's quite where I'd want to go with it. Do I want to exile all of these creatures when they attack? How many cards does he have? 27 to 26? He's not drawing cards, he's just scrying for cards. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, is playing It'll Do 2. That's about as much as the accountability section as I should have done. It's actually taken too long. Let's start going through the news and just trying to burn through as much of this as possible. A survival horror game made of Skur was showed off. And let's see, this was at the Future Games show. And this does look like a scary horror game set in kind of a medieval or Victorian times, from my guess of just skipping through that trailer. We'll try to go very quickly through a lot of these, so apologies if we don't fully dive into the depths of This, yeah, let's just do this. Target this player. I might now have a setup that works fairly well. See, when this enters the battlefield, if I was to target this creature and re-equip it, it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Meanwhile, this guy's making us run out of cards. Techraptor has an article here. Space Crew launches in September on all consoles and PC. Space Crew being kind of a Star Trek parody from the looks of it. I wonder if this is the same people that made Bomber Crew. It is. So I think somebody gifted me Bomber Crew at some point. I should know that directly, but I don't. So that would be a good excuse to play Bomber Crew. I probably would only spotlight it, though. Probably wouldn't play it too much. I know it was very popular for a brief time there. Unfortunately, that seems to be the way a lot of things just happen in video games. Is that things are just popular for a brief time, and then that's that. Okay. Well, I'm doomed. Let's see. Techraptor has an article here. Fight through the Neon Abyss this summer. Neon Abyss. Again, part of the Future Games Show. I'm not sure if the Future Games Show was the Escapist Future Games Show or the PC Gamers Future Games Show, or if it was not affiliated with anybody, or if it was the IGN Future Games Show. This is coming from Team 17, and it's a retro shooter. Team 17, mostly known for making the Prison Architect series at this point, previously known mostly for making the Worms series. Right. So we're just gonna face race, I guess. Alright, well. Can I play this as an aura? That did fairly well. But I have so many cards I'm missing. 22 to 17. It does feel like he's just gonna... Can I do an instant swap of moving a character around? Lovestruck Beast. And that's a Throne of Eldraine card, and I don't even remember seeing it. Interesting. Clearly I didn't play enough green cards or look at the green cards from Throne of Eldraine. And I'm too short. I've got this. But I need 2 mana more. And there's a decent chance I will just lose. Probably should have moved this around. So let's see if we can do that at some point. Meanwhile, Techraptor has an article, play as young Sherlock in Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, which this is, I guess, going to be maybe a reboot after The Devil's Daughter, which was like not a terrible looking game, but not a great playing game. And this is still from Frogware, so it does still kind of feel like they are trying very hard to take their Sherlock Holmes series and make something more of it. Alright, well, we can block one of those, and that's it. And the odds of me surviving one turn are low. I almost won here, but not close enough. TechRaptor has an article here. Red Thread Games announces road trip game Dustborn. Which, do we really need another game where you're simulating a road trip? At least this time they're in a bus. But yeah, I don't know. Unless this is a zombie game in disguise, they're calling it a story-driven action-adventure title. Yeah, I don't get it as far as these road trip games. There's been a slow increase of them, but not anywhere too many of them. But I just don't think people enjoy road trips. Sure, right about now, lots of people would enjoy a road trip just to get out of their house, but generally speaking, I don't think the idea of going on a road trip makes sense. And it doesn't seem like the way towards adventure by any means. So my plan was to do something like that, and then do something like that, but yeah, it's not going to work, so we'll just block and lose. And this probably wouldn't have saved me had I been a little bit more successful. I could have taken out a couple of flying creatures. Let's see. Almost all of my articles are TechRaptor articles too. So I don't know. TechRaptor just went on a tweeting spree, I suppose. Gamatsu has an article here for the PSC, PS4, and Xbox One. An espionage-themed co-op game called Operation Tango has been announced. Let's see if we can get a general idea of what it looks like. There was a game where you were playing as a spy and a hacker, and this looks very similar to that, but it actually looks worse than that game that came out, I'd say, 6 months ago, to no real announcement. And in all fairness, that other game was more of an anime-looking animation style, so that probably is why it got ignored, but also it didn't end up getting tons of reviews, which also meant it didn't get highly reviewed, so it's almost a catch-22. So I can play this, but only if he puts something on the field, and since he didn't, this one can't. Oh, I can't do it. Alright, well, then can we attack? Or does he have summoning sickness? He has summoning sickness. Oh well. TechRaptor has an article here. A horror first-person shooter, Gloomwood, slips a demo onto PC. I saw someone play this and review it. And this is from the PC Gamer show. and they said it was kind of like Thief, but the demo is kind of simplistic and it has guns. And honestly, I haven't played the original Thief, so I don't really know how it lines up, but they seem to be slightly interested in it. Of course, now is like the worst time for a game to just put out a demo and not really feel like it's on the path of having its game come out and have a release date announced. As such, like, everybody is really scrapping, it feels like, for this holiday, when this holiday probably isn't going to see much sales. Although this isn't video game news, but a new article I saw, and I don't know how accurate this really would be, it did point out that 67% of people who are on unemployment right now in the United States are actually making more money than they were making employed, which I don't think that then translates into a level of confidence, something that would really make somebody want to go out and buy a lot more games this holiday season, though. Like, because unemployment is temporary, that's why we would all be better off, or at least most people would be better off, with a universal basic income. Just no questions asked. Here's some money to feed into the economy, to feed yourself, to clothe yourself, things like that. Do I have a way of destroying that creature and getting that back? Maybe. If I continue to play enough. I continue to play enough cards. So yeah, even if somebody is getting a windfall, or if another stimulus check happened, which it probably won't, that level of confidence I just don't think is there. So this one will just continuously give you more mana based on your devotion to that mana. So I have 2 here, 1 here, which gives me 3 white mana on top of this, which it makes me hit 7. So now we can do this. And we can put this on the field, I think. And yeah, we now have like 6 mana plus 4 here, so I can put this on the field, a 10/10. This is gonna be crazy. And that means I can get rid of this and get rid of this and bring back the other guy by playing this. Alright. This and that. And who do we want to attack with? That one. Why is this only a 3/3 instead of a 10/10? That was weird. That should have been a 10/10. But whatever. We won. And that's what we want to do. If we got 6 or 7 quick victories, we'll get the daily victories, we'll get the weekly victories, and we'll get potentially the daily quest done also. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, The Outlast Trials brings Cold War horror in 2021. So, I don't know if The Outlast Trials is supposed to be part of the Outlast horror series, and it's kind of a prequel, or if it's just the same developer from the Outlast series, or if it's just kind of a spiritual successor. Speaking of a weird sequel, apparently in 2019 they announced that they were working on a BioShock sequel, and they haven't said anything new lately about it, but yeah, that it's not the Ken Levine group. Like, they're done for sure with BioShock. I don't think they're ever coming back, but EA does seem like it is not willing to lose the BioShock name. The reason I noticed this is because I was watching a video talking about the multiple timelines of the BioShock series and how any of that is supposed to make sense. But honestly, I don't know if you can do too much with the BioShock series other than to try and just ignore Infinite and Burial at Sea and just try and kind of have a soft reboot in the series, or you just stay within the Rapture world and you just set it a couple more years in the future, which wouldn't really work, or set maybe a few years in the past. That might be slightly more useful or more viable. But yeah, I really don't know how far you can really go with the BioShock series, other than to just try and have more gameplay without more story, or without a story that is so world changing and game changing. Like, even at the ending of BioShock 1 and BioShock 2, the world had been drastically changed, whereas if they had thought of the fact that there probably would have been sequels, it probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to just have the main character die in some tragic death. Save one person, but don't change the entire nature of Rapture at the end of BioShock 1. Save, which BioShock 1 kind of didn't even. BioShock 2 fairly did. And then Infinite changed the world of all of them. So, yeah. If I was going to do a sequel under those constraints, I would probably say let's just be in an alternate world where the events of Infinite never happened, and let's see, what does this guy do? Nothing I want to do. Just play in a world where the events and the characters of Infinite never happened, and the characters from the first 2 games died or failed or were never born, and so we can still be in Rapture, we can still have that gameplay, and we can still have that entertainment. See, I don't want to just give somebody protection and then scry. So I want to hold on to that card. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. A new map has been revealed for Escape from Tarkov, which... Okay, I recognize the name Escape from Tarkov, but I don't know anything else about it. I don't remember anything. And that's gonna inherently be the problem every single time we do anything, is that we are just gonna constantly run into that problem. Alright. Let's go ahead and attack. And attack. We're well suited here to win now. Twin Mirror is coming soon to the Epic Games Store. Don't Nod's next game. So Twin Mirror is not a Life is Strange series game, I assume. And honestly, by the looks of it, it looks like you're playing as an adult male, which makes a lot more storytelling sense than writing stories about teenage children in the Life is Strange series. As far as let's see, 1/1 counter. There we go. Yeah. So we'll have to see if anybody are even interested still in Don't Nod's products and offerings, considering how the Life is Strange series went particularly political in its latest iteration and just kind of lost steam because of its episodic releases. If anything, the failure and shutting down of Telltale Games and Life is Strange, Don't Nod episodic releases, has shown that there's not enough steam, not enough interest in these episodic releases games. And so we are going to see this. Why is this a 3-3? Ah, well, whatever. What does it matter? Just keep on attacking. This is indestructible. These two are flying. These two have lifelink. Let's see. Actually, let's put lifelink on him. And let's put lifelink on him. TechRaptor has an article here. Bang your head with metal in Hellsinger, a thrashing first-person shooter game. Let's see. I suppose it is worth mentioning that in the PC Gamers show, I saw this guy, and he looks fairly old now, like in a suit. He did at one point give a speech about Black Lives Matter, which I don't know if the game show really needed to have somebody stand in front of a camera and make that speech. It probably would have been easier just to have put something at the very beginning that says we support this, just in black, in a black screen with white text. Hellsinger as a game looks fine. Looks like it might be good. Who knows until you really get some reviews and have people playing it. TechRaptor has a summation article here. This would have been useful. PC Gamer outlines 8 new indies coming to Steam. Cartel Tycoon, Shadows of the Doubt, The Forgotten City, which is a popular mod of the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Paradise Killer, Haven, Cartel Tycoon, Trash Sailors, Chris Tales, and Alaloth, Champions of the Four Kingdoms. So, no pictures or anything in that specific article, but that probably save some time. Honestly, I would say that the PC Gamer Show in particular went overboard with its number of announcements, and at a certain point the number of announcements did just get into the realm of ridiculousness. It's just, I would say if you've got more than 15 games to announce, you probably should break up your show into multiple days, multiple weeks even. Even if there is incredibly very little to say about the game, that there's just too much there. This is an instance. This is an instant. This is an instant. I can't play any of these instants at all. Let's see. Protection from black. This would be interesting if you could give your character down here protection from black. But I don't think you can, because if I could, I would be able to. I think if I was going to give this for protection from black, I would have had to done it instantaneously, and I didn't. Checkrupt has an article, Weird West rides on the PC showcase. So I think we've already even seen this game. It's, I think, kind of a Diablo clone. Top-down twin-stick shooter. Not Diablo clone. This is, I believe, day 9. Kind of famous Magic the Gathering player. Kind of attempt to be a celebrity. Looking at him sitting down, you can see he's kind of overweight too. Like, he definitely seems like he's aged. And I think this will be a problem for a lot of people. He's aged and not really gained a level of success which would have normally been given to like a baby boomer's generation at his specific age. So yeah, he does not feel like he's at the station that his appearance looked at. Now that is an outward assumption in looking at day 9. He might very well be incredibly successful, and it might just be kept secret. That being said, YouTubers right now are making a special effort to note that they have not been making anything since January, really. Even people in the YouTube partner program have seen significant drop-offs of ad revenue. Unlike me, who literally has been making absolutely nothing since January. But YouTube has not been a successful thing, and maybe this will be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, and we will finally see people find an alternative. But we still don't know what really the alternative would be. One thing I'm certainly trying to do is figure out, is there a great way to advertise on Instagram, which is not something I've ever messed with as a YouTuber, without having to go through a lot of effort and let's see if our protection from black works now. Yeah, I really don't know what the solution there would be as far as as far as potentially advertising on Instagram or doing anything with it, because it's such a different service with limited number of views and a little limited number of pictures, and maybe nobody likes advertising on Instagram particularly badly, or maybe people don't care about Instagram at all nowadays. So I have not done my due diligence enough to investigate it. Gets +2/+2. This spell was cast during your main phase. That creature gains flying until the end of the turn. Interesting. Yeah. There is something probably smart but also kind of silly about the fact that PC Gamer having their own show doesn't seem like they really care to let any of their executive editors become personalities, or any of their editors or writers become personalities, and they would much prefer to just hand it over to Day 9, hand it over to a professional. Maybe that's wise, but maybe that is also kind of a cop-out that they just don't want to turn into a personality driven show. Whereas if this was like a Giant Bomb presentation, you know that all the personalities, the reviewers at Giant Bomb would be presenting the events. They do it at the Game of the Year events, so we know that to be actually the exact truth in that case. Alright, we can kill that, and then we can, I guess, kill that. Let it do 3. Play this. Create a new token. I could add mana. Create another token. Next, and then no attack. So this would give me 6, this would give me 5. If I get to the 10 guy, I could potentially win. So do I want this or not? See. I'm gonna just all attack here. Let's see what happens. Actually, I don't need to do that. Play that. In turn. Alright, now do this. You didn't see that coming. So flying one with Death Touch. 5/5. The trample. I don't know if we've won the game or anything. We may still have lost here. But on the other hand, putting this on the field, this will create 6 1/1 tokens. Let's see. Let's do this. Can I do this? Do these add any devotion to white? No, so first thing to do would be to do this. That's 7. That's another one. Okay. And we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could probably just let this guy attack and then hit him when he's tapped. As long as he doesn't have vigilance. I can just do no blocks at all. And we can hit him quite a lot. Or we can do this. And we can do that. And he'll just concede. I'm making far too much success considering how I just picked a bunch of white cards. Getting up to 4 wins. So we got a free entry, so we're getting 3 cards and 3,000 gold just for putting in the time. Moving on, TechRap does an article, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town reaps a release date. Okay, this looks like another one of those Stardew Valley farming games that I would also say these PC Gamer presentations has too many people standing in front of screens talking, which is better than the Japanese presentations where somebody is sitting at a desk talking, but it's not very snazzy. It really goes to show that they don't even have enough art and information to present. This is gonna be dangerous to do this. But I'll take it. I'm not gonna discard anything. I'm gonna keep all 7 because I can play this. This literally costs 0 mana. TechRap has an article, a stylish action RPG Blightbound is coming to early access this year, which I don't even know if we should care about early access games. Yeah, in a weird way, I would just be way better suited to pay attention to announcements of games had they had they separated everything else out, and every day there was just one article talking about one game, and it was just a 10-20 minute, maybe 30-minute presentation, and it would be fine if somebody was just talking to a screen or sitting at a desk talking to a screen, but when you're trying to have something that feels like it's a bigger event than that, like the PC Gamer Show is trying to feel like, then the expectations get significantly raised, while the quality isn't quite as raised as one would like. I suppose it's also worth mentioning that this is a Devolver Digital game, which means Blightbound is, which means Devolver Digital and their little fancy presentation, which they probably had pre-recorded, like that whole presentation probably got left on the cutting room floor, and maybe it'll show up again next year. Now would not really be the right time to release a Devolver Digital E3 style presentation where it had its weirdness and its subversive joking nature about it. Destroy all non-giant creatures. Well, is that a giant creature? Is that a giant creature? So if I were to play that, that would not work well for me. TechRaptor has an article here. Brew a fresh batch of your for your customers in Potionomics, which that seems like that is a different style of game. Wow, and that kind of feels like Overwatch in its animation style. But I imagine it's probably a little bit more of a just shopkeeper management game. And while it does look very pretty, I'm not sure if there's enough game here alone. Like, I could never really... It looks interesting, certainly. It's from Exceed and Marvelous. But I could never wrap my head around whether a game where you run a shop makes sense unless you're also running around dungeons and either doing some flower picking or hunting monsters to get elements. It feels like there probably should be a secondary gameplay there. A pure strategy, statistics, business running game is a certain level. Let's see, if I tap this, how much would this give me? Nothing. Okay, good to know. So one thing that Potionomics could do, certainly, is if it's reviewed well, is it could go onto my follow list or my wish list, and then it could be the top tier style of one of those games to play and check out. And then if I play it and find out that it's just okay or not something that I really like, I could remove probably 2 or 3 other games. That being said, there is the JRPG series, Atelier, the most recent one of those. I believe you are in part running a shop, or at least that's part of the storyline, so you might be better playing the most recent Atelier, I believe it's called Atelier Rydo game, over playing something where you're just focused on running a shop. Because there's just more history there and more reason and rhyme. Let's see. Okay. We've got this. Exile all attacking creatures that player owns. Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and attack. Since I have nothing better to do, at least that's what I'm hoping he thinks. He has 29 cards. Yeah, you get them back to about this point, and then they're ready to attack. And I would do the exact same thing. I would just totally attack at this point with everything. And do a massive amount of damage and feel no pride, feel like I'm making no mistake at all. And see, if he plays this, he'll give creatures +2/+1, even do more damage. Yeah. So resolve. And exile. Didn't see that coming. This is a nice card. I should have this in my white deck. It's cheap. It's easy to activate. Now he's gonna pull a significant amount of lands out of his hand, out of his deck, which will give him all the land he ever needed, but will probably wreck him fairly badly also. And he only has like 2 things in his graveyard, so he can't escape this, because this would require 6 cards. While he's deciding, TechRaptor has an article here. Unexplored 2 greatly expands on the original. I don't remember a game called Unexplored. Came out apparently in 2017 and was a dungeon crawler. Now it's more of an open world exploration game. Boy, do these videos not work well. I don't know who this person is. So she might actually be like the editor-in-chief of PC Gamer. Or she just might be some random presenter. Let's see. Alright, well. Put this on the field. And attack. They got greedy and now they're gonna pay for it. Well, no. They got outplayed. TechRaptor has an article. Shadow Man Remastered gameplay trailer shows enhancements. When I first heard that Shadow Man was getting a remaster, I was awestruck. Now, having thought about it some more, it really does open the door that basically any game whatsoever could get a remaster and get republished in some form or factor. Maybe it'll be a low effort remaster that just improves the game graphics a little bit and makes the game playable, or maybe it will be a full-on remake, reboot. But honestly, if you told me that they were going to make a Donkey Kong 3 remake, I'd believe it, or remaster. I'd believe it. If they told me that they were going to do something that had an incredibly hard time to get all the music licenses and all of that and make a remaster of that, well, we've seen that with Skate getting its remaster, so it seems like everything is doable nowadays. So, yeah, nothing is off the table. How are we gonna play this? I guess we'll just do no attacks. And then let these two attack. And then we'll just do tit for tat for a turn. So let's look at the Shadow Man remaster video, gameplay footage. So this game, incredibly dark, controversial in the way it was advertised. I don't think Valiant as a company really exists. This is a Night Dive re-release, so it probably means that the remaster is not going to be that big of a deal. But yeah, that doesn't look like a full remake, certainly, but it does probably look a lot better than the original game did. And this is a niche horror game. You can see it's incredibly dark, and if I was going to play it, I very well may have to turn up the brightness quite a bit. In a lot of ways, Shadow Man is one of these dark, edgy comic book inspired, or directly from a comic book stories, kind of like Hellraiser. So yeah, I think we probably know what we're gonna get with the remaster. There is a question in my mind whether I already own the original game. Let's see, are any of these giants? Alright, can we do this? Destroy all non-giant creatures. There we go. Just another board clear. And I'll need one more mana, I think, before I could play this. One more planes. One more planes before I can play this, so I've really messed myself up as far as what I was going to do next turn. So yeah, it would kind of suck if I had bought Shadow Man, say, particularly expensively. I may have gotten it for like $10 instead of $5, but I also kind of feel like I may have gotten it for like 99 cents. And if that doesn't give you a free upgrade to the remaster, that'll kind of suck. But I kind of don't hate that idea too much either. I hate spending money twice, certainly, as anyone should, but it does feel like you are getting probably some improvements. Of course, I want to also be careful that the remaster doesn't just slap a new coat of paint on it and then directly fail to see. Like, I don't want it to not really improve the controls or the sound or anything like that. I want the whole thing to work. Alright. So at that point, now I can play 7. Target tapped creature and opponent controls. I don't think this would give me anything. This will. Honestly, Mox Amber is probably not worth too much, other than it's just a legendary artifact. See, it has to be a tapped creature. So these creatures would have to be tapped. So I don't even know when... I don't know why it's letting me potentially play this. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Among the Trees early access is now on the Epic Games Store. Had a weird thing happen to my computer where the keyboard or something, maybe the battery's getting low, I was pressing the start button and it felt like the left arrow key was being pressed because it was moving all around, but I just reset my computer. Unfortunately, it does kind of feel like we might be running into a scenario where that happens more often than not. So this guy's gonna play. Oh man. Well, we'll just have to end our turn. We'll hope this guy can be sealed away. He's indestructible. Effects with destroy. This doesn't destroy anything. So now we can take that. That was the top 20 cards of my library. I have 7 cards left. Interesting. Well, I may lose here regardless, just by running out of cards. And bring that back. Seven, 8. Got it. 3 plus that. This could win the game for me alone. Next turn. So we just gotta wait one more turn and we'll see if this works. Create 10 of these. Or do we want to get rid of this? Vigilance Trample. Destroy all non-land permanents. Yeah, this would destroy too many things, I think. So, 10. Why is this not working? Because we need more. Darn it. Well, we can do this. And then we can get rid of that. And we can get rid of that. And what do we want here? Vigilance to attack. Could he block all of that? Yes, he could, so we'll do no attack there. Tech Raptor has an article here. Rogue Lords brings Gothic roguelike action this October. I don't know if we have any more room in our hearts for roguelikes. This does seem to be a different art style, so there's something to that, but it does also kind of seem like a fairly standard spin on something like Darkest Dungeon, which I'm not sure. We need another Darkest Dungeon clone. Wow. He gave up. I don't know why he gave up, but he must have seen the writing on the wall. And we now have a new pet. 3 more wins and we'll be done with this cube, and then we can just play ranked. I don't think we're gonna get up to the next tier on ranked. The odds are low, but we might also have to do daily quests because we are just playing white cards, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of the daily quests requires something different than playing white cards. TechRaptor has an article here. Subject 2923 is Remnant from the Ashes final DLC. Again, I recognize Remnant from the Ashes, but just so much stuff happens. Like, Remnant from the Ashes is actually one of those games I really wanted to play, and it just feels like it died down. It just didn't have enough movement around it, I suppose. Enough push, enough hype around it, because hype is just getting strong. Here we can see Remnant from the Ashes from Perfect World and Gunfire Games is rated very positively. It's on my wish list. It's not even that expensive, although frankly at this point I guess the 2 bits of DLC seem like they are going to be the only DLC. If you compare that to like Borderlands 3, there's a big difference there, and it does seem like in a weird way you probably aren't, it probably will just not have a lot of replayability later on in years, unlike going back and playing Borderlands 1 or Borderlands 2, because there's just so much content in Borderlands. And even Borderlands 3 is also, I think, suffering from the fact that hype is just getting split into such tiny segments now. And maybe that's an economics thing. Maybe people are just effectively, the value of people's dollars is effectively lower than it used to be. Or maybe there's just a lot more offerings and a lot more good games out there, so it's harder to split your paycheck up amongst so many different games. It could be a timing thing too. Certainly not, people don't have extra time. We are very much a long way away from the days of the NES where there may have only been 3 or 4 good games released every year around the holiday season for the NES, and that would have been it. This one's gonna do some damage to me, but I think we can probably work around that. Yeah. TechRaptor went on a kick of publishing a lot of things about Persona 4 Golden. For instance, a social link guide. I'm hoping that Persona 4 Golden fixes some of the problems that were probably in Persona 4. But there is also this weird point. This is probably how you go and hang out with people. There's weird split in Persona 4 between it being a visual novel style scheduling game where you have to decide who you're going to go hang out with, and then going inside the dungeons and grinding. But there is this problem still with Persona 4 is in that unless they just really don't DMCA anybody for playing the game and streaming the game, I can't really cover it, and they kind of need to come out and say that directly, that they won't do that. Because as long as that's hanging over my head, there's no point in committing. It's hard to already commit to an RPG game that's probably going to be super long. there is some small bit of hope around that idea, in the sense that that it seems like Atlas Japan was the team that ported this to PC, so they probably have a small hope there that they would expect people to stream it. And maybe they don't particularly care so much about Persona 4 Golden as much as they care about Persona 5. And even at that, like, I still don't know spoilers for any of the Persona games, let alone the most recent one. And that's simply because I just don't have any desire to go out and spoil the story for myself. And I imagine that's true for most people. Like, I can probably name on one hand the number of games that this story has really been spoiled for me. Even if somebody told me the ending, I don't know if that would really spoil the story for me. Alright, I'm doomed. Okay. Well, we can do this. And we can give it flying. +2/+2 and flying would do 6 damage. Would that ruin anything else? Yeah, that was pointless. It was pointless to give him flying in that turn. I could have given him flying in the next turn. Other than it maybe showed that I was being dumb. And he's going to eliminate 20 of my cards when he attacks. Which is going to leave me with exactly 9. Protection from black, protection from white. Interesting that he chose those two colors. Protection from black and protection from red. Are both of these going to attack? Ooh. Why did that not work? Because they both had vigilance. Alright, well, we lost one. That doesn't even matter. I think that may have been just our second loss. So, we still may very well get full 6,000 gold instead of 4,000 gold. See, TechRaptor has an article here. Touchdown with Icarus, DayZ's spiritual successor. Man, I had a trouble recording one episode where I was just not talking straight at all. Well, we've heard lots of talk about DayZ. Not Day 9. I don't know if if that was actually a fully enjoyed game. And Project Icarus, or Icarus, is a weird name to choose for your game, certainly. And we'll just have to wait and see whether Icarus is a survival style first-person shooter that can grab people's attention. If I just play a whole bunch of land and then destroy all non-land permanents, and he has just a whole bunch, that might work fairly well for me. That probably won't really work, but it might. TechRaptor has an article, Be a Supervillain in Evil Genius 2. We had heard announcements of Evil Genius 2. Now we have some gameplay trailers. And apparently there will be new special henchmen. And the art style does not look different from the first game. It just looks improved. The island seems like it's probably going to be a little bit smaller and a little bit better animated. Everything's just going to be better animated. There is a massive amount of time between the release of Evil Genius 1 and Evil Genius 2, which might not have been a terrible mistake. It probably was slightly a mistake, but a game like that had a fairly large amount of replayability anyways, so it's not crazy to think that you would have been fairly well suited to let people play the game and just burn out on the game and then be done with the game. I'm just gonna go ahead and block on this one. Let's see. Maybe I shouldn't have played that. But it depends, I guess, how much mana we get. I need a plane more than anything else. Well, this is a sorcery. Destroy those creatures. Okay. So you destroy all non-land permanents, and then you hope and you just pray that you have enough cards now. TechRaptor also had Persona 4 Golden Beginner's Guide, which I probably would want to read something like this. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go into a game that you know is gonna be a bit of a pain unprepared. And are we losing our network connection completely, or is it just my router rebooting? Yeah, I think there is that slight problem of my router deciding to reboot every now and then. That is a problem in general. So what can we even show off? Because none of these pages will be opened. It's fixed itself. Let's see. Let's hope that that all works and we can jump back into the game. Yeah. yeah, that is a slight problem, but it is also an automated fix problem. Let's resume. And apparently we lost. Oh well. So we lost due to a disconnect when we would have won. That sucks. But we got a new card. And a new card. And a new card. And 4,000 gold. So that was in no way a loss by my book. And let's see. Mastery wise, we have exactly 5 more levels in 9 more days to get to. That seems easily done. And some more skins. One more mastery orb. And we will have the final skin. Yeah, I probably need to turn off that setup. It probably is being overly sensitive too, so I probably need to turn off that watchdog and not have it reset. So what did we get from that cube? We got nothing from the cube, but we did get some new cards because we played the cube, and that's fine. Although a lot of these are core 2020 cards or other cards from other expansions that it will probably be a difficult sell to make me want to go back and get those cards. Although at a certain point, if I just keep on playing, I will have those cards anyways. So I'm just going to turn on to the red test deck and we'll just play those cards. Moving forward, TechRaptor has the Persona 4 Golden Changes guides. So this is a 2014 Persona 4 Golden is the 2014 re-release of a classic PlayStation 2 JRPG. So new bad ending, 2 new events. If you fill the criteria for the good ending, time for social links and events will be extended until February 14th, 2012, the end game time. By completing the Hollow Forest dungeon, you unlock an epilogue scene. Social links have been added to the game. Using the scooter, you can get to new areas. So, yeah. Honestly, I really have to think long and hard before I would play something like Persona 4. Compared to, say, a Neptunia game where, yeah, I would be perfectly fine with getting a mediocre ending there and just kind of missing content in general and playing the game more flippantly. I feel like a lot of people would probably yell at me in the chat, in the comments, if I just half-assed playing Persona. So many people would have done it better than me. But on the other hand, I am then effectively robbing myself of the natural experience that many people would have, and I'm not being a very good video game critic at that point. There is definitely a large argument for video game critics to not do the research and just jump into a game the way anybody else would jump into a game, and just have your experience, your first playthrough, your first experience be a natural experience. That is part of the reason why video game journalists probably shouldn't talk to other video game journalists while about a game that they're currently reviewing or going to review, because there is this chance that you will be influenced by someone else's opinions, and we see that very often where there's this just general groupthink that occurs. And I would say most mainstream video game journalists are not stringent enough on that or not stringent on that at all, because it does feel like they get into groups and talk about the games. That is literally what the Bombcast and the Beastcast is them getting together and talking about those games. Number of lands you have. 3 damage to any. Alright, so 3 damage here. And then scry. And then 3 damage here. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Fate Tactics set to launch in summer, Switch release later. This seems to be kind of a simplistic game compared to the other games that we've seen. Is this a video? It is a video. It's a video on some weird streaming player that doesn't let me scrub forward. Yep, it does feel like it's some kind of card-based thing. Card-based strategy tactical placement game. Just go ahead and just block that. And play this. And put that on the field. Oh, I forgot that's not how that works anymore. Forgot, you have to pay 3, then you have to pay 3 again to get these. Each prominent card in your starting deck has an activated ability. Activated abilities. Well, can we do this? Nope. Put that on the field. Yeah, this card has become fairly useless. TechRaptor has an article here. Explore the beautiful world of Airborne Kingdom in fall. Coming to the Epic Store. We are starting to see a resurgence of Epic Store exclusives. It does seem like so far none of them are major AAA games. So it does feel like publishers of major AAA games have gotten the message that that isn't either financially viable or politically acceptable to be an Epic Store exclusive. But these small indie companies will still almost certainly sign those kind of deals because they've got no better offers. And the way that works with the Unreal Engine license is too tempting. In all fairness, this would certainly be a great argument for monopoly busting to allow the Epic Games Store to sell games, and the engine the games are made on does really feel like a monopoly. 3 damage to any target, and then scry. Do we want that? Probably do. TechRaptor has an article, delve into a horror-filled twisted brain and sound mind, which, frankly, any trailer of a horror game just kind of means nothing to me at all. This does look like it has more theming to it than it isn't just a low-effort asset flip horror game, but those are getting harder and harder to distinguish anyways. But I just don't know, particularly after playing Evil Within 2. I don't know if I'm really looking for a horror action game, a la something like Resident Evil 4, or if I want something more of a horror straight up game like Outlast. I kind of feel like what I would like is something like Condemned Criminal Origins, which had some shooting sections, but the monsters still were very scary. But those are rare. Definitely rare instances. Okay, well, what do we do? Cycle this. Put it back in the deck. TechRaptor has an article here. A pinball brawler skeleton crew receives a new trailer. Which, I don't know how you make a pinball brawling game. Okay, it kind of feels like it's a Smash Brothers game where you can bounce a lot of things around. Well, that is an interesting concept. It looks like it probably is multiplayer focused, so I probably won't be able to play it when it comes out. But it is definitely interesting. Creature with flying, cycling. Just keep on cycling. I think that's all I can really do. I thought that would have been a straight up pinball game. Here TechRaptor has their review for Persona 4 Golden, and they probably love the game, so almost certainly it's going to be well reviewed. The 3D models are a little low polygon, but it doesn't look terrible by any means. And it definitely feels like it is much more of a action dungeon crawler game than it feels like a RPG game. And it definitely inspired a lot of people. One of the things is that in the original version of the game you didn't control the other characters, and so they would do some really crazy things. So this would be really funny if TechRaptor, after putting out all those reviews, hated it. No. Let's see. They gave it a 9.5. By building a fantastic story filled with a deep cast of characters, Persona 4 Golden manages to truly invite you into its world, while at times peaks and troughs in gameplay can be jarring. The complete package is one that any JRPG fan should turn their hand to. The pros are a lovable cast of characters, an immersive world, well-developed story, and platinum-deserving soundtrack. The cons are gameplay peaks and troughs, which is to say that sometimes the gameplay sucks and sometimes the gameplay is alright. So I have 6 here, 7 here. Well, can I not cast this? No, this only works on creatures. Okay. So we'll just sacrifice that and scry. Let's go ahead and put these down at the bottom. There is also this problem though. Like, do you really need to play Persona 1? Is the Persona 1 on a PlayStation 1? Is it... or do you just skip to Persona 2? Or do you just skip to Persona 3? Or do you skip all the way to Persona 4 Golden? Or do you skip straight to Persona 5? Because those are all like different different groups of people telling just about the same story, but they're telling different stories, but they have interconnecting ideas, certainly, and it probably set in the same world. So yeah, you can see TechRaptor was super hyped about it. They have Persona 4 Golden launches on Steam today. The real thing to figure out, though, would be how is the PC port really? And I guess that's what this review was, is a review of the PC port. And so it seems like there weren't any real problems. I'd want to get some more information from other people who have played the game just by reviews. But by the looks of it, it does seem like the PC port is perfectly fine. It should be perfectly fine. Worst case scenario, they could have just run a PlayStation 2 emulator in the background to simply ensure that that the PC port would work. I'd also say, when you see the characters in the Persona series, A, they all seem to have glasses. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but B, they all seem to be in different outfits and different type of people. When you look at the Phantom Thieves in Persona 5, they're kind of all in the same outfits and masks, which makes a lot of the images that are shown of the characters to be a little bit samey, and it feels a little bit more anime high fashion than Persona 4. Persona 4 being from a generation previous, it does just kind of feel like regular people. So I could see how people would be able to relate more to these characters, even though one of them is a giant teddy bear in a suit. And relatability is something that is desirable always. Let's put this on the field. And now there's a reason to cycle. Of course, it doesn't help me get through all the news if we're going through 5 different articles about Persona 5. Let's see, cycle that. And go ahead and put that on the field. Go ahead and attack. Let's see. Next, TechRaptor has an article, Overcome an Incredible Crisis and Pull Stay, which looks to me like it is almost a Japanese troll game by the looks of it. And I don't know if the world really has the patience for these crazy, silly Japanese games when there's so many other people out there that are trying to copy that, and they then all end up being pulled to the bottom of the barrel, crabs in a bucket style, of looking like just low effort asset flip games. Alright, well, you wanna block that? Fine, block it. TechRaptor has an article here. Ito no Yami Sword Sing Unseen. Gameplay revealed. Let's see what this is. This is the Guerrilla Collective announcement, where the rest of those were PC Gamer announcements for the most part. Yeah, this looks like a 2.5D platformer with some hack and slash gameplay. Looks like if it plays nicely, it will work fairly well. Honestly, if I was smarter, I would intentionally focus on only covering gameplay trailers and not teaser trailers. See. Let's just end the turn. Yeah, if I did particularly focus on that, that would be helpful. Next we have a game article here. Princess Farmer Grows Some Love. This sounds like this would be a Nutaku game, but it doesn't seem like it is. Seems like it is probably just a match 3 kind of happy, love, kids friendly game, or it seems like that at least. Or if it is an adult game, it seems to be like it's not going to get too extreme. Yeah, this would be a very weird game if it turned out that there was just these 8-bit pixely graphics and one of them has nudity in it for some reason. And the types of games shown by the Guerrilla Collective is probably way more indie than the types of games that were shown by the PC Gamer Show. Most of those seemed like AA games, at least. Just let that guy attack. Let's see. Destroy target artifact, or deal 4 damage to a creature with flying, or cycle. Or we could do a 3 with haste. Let's go ahead and mutate. We can't mutate because that's not a creature, is it? Okay. Twice the damage to target creature. Alright, so let's just do 2 and hit that. And attack. Terracopter has an article here. Guerrilla Collective Event sees 2 surprise releases. A pair of sci-fi games released today. One is called Out Buddies DX, and the other is called Rigid Force Redux. Here's Out Buddies trailer. Looks like it's a Metroidvania style game with shooting. Doesn't look terrible. Doesn't look amazingly interesting. I imagine if these games are going to have surprise releases, that means that the people did not have any budget. This looks just like a pretty side-scroll shooter game, so there might be something to that idea of a more modern attempt there. It's kind of a little shocking more people haven't chosen to go down that route, though, is instead of having the player, having people just kind of lose their interest in games. Let's see what we want to hit. Let's just hit that. When it was slow and quiet over the past 2 months, it would have been fairly smart for some of these small indie games to just say, hey, we're gonna speed up the release of our games. It really goes to show that there's probably no flexibility whatsoever in the release dates. They probably are working to the very last second to ensure that games are being released on time. And okay, do this, we do this. Can we actually stop anything though? Because this one's gonna have vigilance, so like you do this just for good measure, I guess. Submit that. And then we'll do that. Why did that guy survive? I did that wrong, clearly. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Pop-up Dungeon pops up for an August release. This looks like a card-based tactical game, not different enough from the other card-based kind of tactical placement game we'd seen. Remember, we just need to play cards right now, so I'm like one red spell short, but then I have a whole bunch more red spells over here, so we're still good on that. TechRaptor has an article. Ekenfell announces a PC release window. This looks weird. It kind of looks like an 8-bit RPG game, but it doesn't look like it's quite using RPG Maker, but I don't know if that just makes it good by default, all just because it's not using something that looks like RPG Maker. It is nice to see different animations, certainly, but yeah, I would have to really be sold on this. A lot of people would have to review it very well before a game like that made it to the wish list, because it does just kind of seem like a simplistic RPG game. And one thing I definitely cannot do is play a long 200-hour plus JRPG and then try and balance that in some crazy way with a short 16-hour RPG that's an 8-bit RPG Maker game. That's just committing way too much time. Like that would be totally see. Alright, so if I cycle this, it automatically goes back into the deck, so I wouldn't be able to ever exile that and then play this back. Okay. Let's see. This is not bad. I can't play it yet. So the only thing I really can do is this. And then we'll just scry to try to get back to that guy. TechRaptor has an article here. Exoskeleton Buster Sword Strategy action awaits in Star Renegades. That's a mouthful. That looks very pretty. That overlay screen. And this does feel like it is a nicely animated cutscene. Looks like there's some mech stuff. Guess the real question though is how much actual game is in this? they're calling it a strategy RPG, and that does just feel like that was an intro video. So I don't want to be overly impressed. Can I play this? I think we probably should just play it, yeah. Does this have cycling? No. Interesting that they called it an exoskeleton instead of a mech, but okay. One way or the other. Wow, and we finally hit the point where we're seeing some of the What's on Steam games. So here's a game called Stratside on Steam that looks like nothing for $16.19, Spain, Spanish, and English. And we'll just try to burn through those fairly quickly. We finally play this? And then attack. See, Komatsu has an article here. Read-only Memories Neurodiver adds PS4 and Xbox One versions. This is the sequel to 2064 Read-only Memories, which that game got a decent amount of coverage, but it didn't look amazingly impressive to me. Let's go and play that. Target creature gets double strike until the end of the turn. Cycling. If I played this and made a, what could I make? 4, and then double striked it. I don't know. Let's do this. Double strike on him. And then, yeah, this probably would just give me a 3. So it's probably not really worth playing. If cycling ability of another non-land card would cause you to draw a card, instead exile cards to the top of the library until the exile card that shares the card type of the cycled card. You may cast these cards without paying them. Which does kind of make it feel like I should just cycle this. Let's see what happens once he decides. TechRaptor has an article here. Source of Madness reveal teaser. We may have already covered this. Let's see, Source of Madness. No, I don't think we've covered this. It's just a ton of things like this. This is, looks like almost like a Limbo game with more action to it. It does look fairly crazy, so I don't know how well that would be able to play. Next. Then cycle. And then play. Yeah, I'll probably win next turn. We still have tons of stuff, I'm sure, to talk about, and And we're definitely not going to get back to the wishlist cleanup. So it may be that we hit the summer sale, which is probably around the corner. Maybe it's getting slightly delayed, and I don't think Steam would full on cancel it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they definitely scale it back. Alright, well, cycle again. Play that. And let's see, do double damage. So 2 on this. Auto pay. This would do nothing to mutate it. Just go ahead and attack there. TechRaptor has an article here: survive in the Viking realm of Valheim. Or Valheim. Looks like a Viking survival game with some dungeon crawling. I'd say of the trailers we've seen today, this is perhaps one of the least impressive ones I've seen. Doesn't seem like it's really got much to say or much to show. I suppose the Steam summer sale, I might not buy much of anything. I probably should buy a few things, but I might try to keep it down to even like $100, where in the past I've gotten it down to like $150 on some of these sales, because it's just getting more and more difficult to even find things to justify purchasing. Turns out also the Black Lives Matter bundle is an Indie Gala bundle instead of a Humble bundle, it seems. At least that's what I figured out, or I think I figured out, which explains why I was not finding it, as it were. 3 damage to any target. But so yeah, I'm not sure if you were to go and get that bundle, if you'd end up with Steam codes. You probably wouldn't, and that does definitely change my interest. There's definitely some more Amazon Prime things that I've gotten, and there definitely are games on the Epic Store and Amazon Prime and the other stores that I don't have on Steam, and it just does not matter to me at all. It's like, I'm not willing to consider those games as even games that I own, because if I can't see it on the Steam library, then I'm not going to remember it when I get around to actually playing the games. And that is inherently the biggest problem, is that I'm in a great position where I've got too many games and not enough time, not enough energy. So this is the situation you would want to be in if you could pick. There might be certainly some small bit of shame in the fact that I'm not making as much content as I once did, but I can't really do anything about it. I'm just not physically capable of sitting in a chair for 12 hours a day playing those games like I used to be able to. Let's see, well, let's do 2 damage there. Let's see how that works. TechRaptor has an article: beautiful action platformer Gestalt Steam and Cinder is coming this year. Let's see, is that a video? No. Well, apparently it's a Metroidvania, Castlevania game, and whatever video was here, I don't see. Either my ad blocker is blocking it or they took it down. I have noticed that there have been a couple of games like that where they have just there have been a couple of games that have been like that. Let's see, +2 +0 until the end of the turn. Gamatsu has the cinematic trailer also for Star Renegades. We already looked at it, but there might be some actual screenshots down here in the gallery. Let's say Gamatsu's way it depicts images in the gallery probably could use some improvement, considering how I am not easily able to use it, and it does just end up loading entirely different pages and requiring extra clicks. There is a reluctance in web browsing to leaving the page. Ideally, you want to keep the person on the page as much as possible until they feel like they've made a full commitment and they've seen everything that that page has to offer and they're ready to go on to the next thing. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, shoot stuff, drive stuff, and fly stuff, and speed limit, which that seems like that's a rather ambitious game of 8-bit graphics style. I don't know if there's a game here or if this is more of just a 8-bit trolley experience where you're gonna jump between 3 poorly programmed gameplay mechanics. Okay. Deal 1 damage. TechRaptor has an article here. Skate Story grinds past Guerrilla Collective. Skate Story not Skate. Instead, it looks like it is maybe just an infinite runner. Yeah, this feels a little indie. This doesn't feel like there's an actual game there. Yeah, if anything, it might very well be that Skate Story is a walking simulator without walking in it. You're not really controlling the skater at all. The deck building roguelike Griftlands is now available in early access according to Gamatsu. And again, it's a Slay the Spire style game, which I think it would make a lot more sense to go and play Slay the Spire first, or go and play Hand of Fate 2, which I haven't gotten around to playing that either. If anything, I would, in retrospect, think that Hand of Fate 2 came out too quickly and there wasn't enough time, enough absence to grow the fondness around that game. So it's not super surprising that there hasn't been any talk of a Hand of Fate 3. It really feels like Hand of Fate 2 came out like a year, maybe 2 years after the first game. I'm not sure there was a real justification for doing that. Again, we're just trying to play cards, but getting victories would be helpful, certainly. We still only have 6 victories. So another 1000 XP, another 1250 gold, and another good card. Alright. So we are well suited now to get 20 to 25 packs. I thought for a second there we weren't going to be able to do that. But we are poorly suited to get the next mastery level, where the only thing I could do is do a draft, which this set is not legal in standard. So we could get these non-standard Galaxian, Rivals of Galaxian cards for 5,000, which might not be a bad idea. And that might give us something different. Let's see. Let's go not collected and Rivals of Galaxian cards. A draft here would give us a decent amount of cards. And yeah, we only have like 3 of them in the entirety. So really, are we going to do a quick draft right now, or can we wait until Wednesday? I wish there was a date listed on any of this. Like, it doesn't bother to tell you when the drafts go away. So this quick draft could stay around for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Spending 5,000 gold would just put us still above our goal. Question is, do we really want to do a draft right now? I think we have to say no. We're going to have to risk it and just say no. Meanwhile, we're also going to have to risk it and see if we can get some ranked victories. Let's see. Escape from Purgatory and Doors of Insanity. Let's see. This is a different animation style for something called Doors of Insanity. Again, it is also just a Slay the Spire type game. It does seem fairly obvious that there is a large gap between a game coming out and being successful, and then a year and a half later the copycats just swooping in and trying to do the same thing. And almost certainly there's no way to convince everybody to stop doing that. They will always realize and see that it is not really. There will always be lazy people out there that try to just take the easy path, as it were. But yeah. The smart people would look at things like Slay the Spire, see what people liked about it, and then try and do a different gameplay style around that. If you like Slay the Spire, well then can we take the artwork concept from Slay the Spire and turn it into an action game, or a platformer, or a Castlevania game, or a visual novel. Just do something different. Or if you like the gameplay of Slay the Spire, then can we drastically change the artwork there and the story work there while maintaining that gameplay? And even if we do maintain that gameplay, can we at least have some selling point on top of that? What you don't want is someone like me to be able to look at your game in the first 5 seconds and just describe it as a clone of the game that you're actually cloning. Because that's when it becomes blatant. That's when it isn't useful. Interesting. This guy's gonna kill both my Bola Citadels at this rate. He's just going for a full-on hand destruction deck. But he failed. So he's just lost the game. I don't see him way. Unless he's got some instant that can kill Bola Citadel. I can fairly easily pull this off. I've got enough life, and land will only be the real issue. We can just end it. Gamatsu has the same article, Dark Action Roguelike Source of Madness, announced for the Switch and PC. I would say that the Gamatsu's titles, headlines, and their tagging of things does make it fairly easier. I could have tapped that guy. I should have tapped that guy, but whatever. See, TechRaptor has an article, Hack and Slash Unicorns as a cat on a skateboard in gory, cuddly carnage. Which, that is kind of nice fur tech, more than you would expect from a smaller company. Although, actually, when you think about it, there are 2 or 3 games where there are cats, and this is probably the furriest looking cat I've seen. And this definitely feels like this is inspired in part, at least, from Galaxy of the Guardians and the raccoon character. Alright, there might be a game there. Or it might just be silliness. But it might be a fun kind of silliness even at that. And yeah, his hand destruction strategy is gonna fail somewhat. I don't want to do that, but we've got to. Take a hit of 6 damage. Come on. Can we make it? Not quite, but close. We have 7, we need 10. TechRaptor has an article, indie game Lake follows a small town male person. Okay. Lake, a single world simplistic name, and it does seem like you are just driving around delivering mail. See, the only way I could imagine that this would be even slightly interesting as a game is if you somehow were overhearing a lot of conversations through people's doors as you were delivering the mail, or if you were opening people's mail and reading it, which that doesn't work either. So at that point, then you have to wonder, well, could the story split off in a direction and turn into something different? You could have a male person, for instance, accidentally open a package, and inside the package you find drugs or classified documents, things that really wouldn't be sent through the mail anyways because they would be almost certainly intercepted. But once, if you were then discovered to have found out about that, the drugs or the classified documents, then you might get kidnapped or get chased around, and then there would be a story to play. But yeah, that's about as far as I think you could go with that concept, is start off with an ordinary person doing an ordinary job and then spin it into a more interesting story. So we get a victory. Let's hop into the Next game, still taking way too long for it to decide to load. Checkruptor has an article here. Slay the Spire is now available on iOS. So, yeah, all those clones of Slay the Spire now competing on a completely different platform with the original, because now people could be playing a game like Slay the Spire, which will probably do very well on iOS. It's probably a great idea. And this is Humble Games, the Humble Bundle publishing arm's first listing of a mobile game. Now, the question to ask yourself, and there's really no reason not to believe this to be the case, is how long is that ticking timer before Apple says all of our apps now need to support some new API and all of our old apps are not allowed yet again? Because they already did that when they transitioned from 32-bit to 64-bit, which, in all fairness, okay, that's a big transition, but you could just as easily make the same requirement on anything, really. A RISC instruction set 5 versus a RISC instruction set 7. That would be a couple generations ahead as far as what the computer chips are understanding inside of a cell phone. RISC standing for reduced instruction set. Instruction set compiler, I think. Compiler would be a good word to use for the C, if it's not really what that stands for. We probably won't be able to play 64-bit versions of iOS apps all the way up until the point where the operating systems decide to move over to 128-bit instruction compiling, which that's, I don't think, likely to happen in the next decade or two. It may not happen in the next 100 years because there's just such a large jump there. We have a just as likely a possibility that we will move from standard x86 instruction style CPUs into quantum mechanic CPUs, which then would change everything. But I would also say, as far as I know, Slay the Spire is not on Android, but it might be coming to Android, or it might, well, I mean, I guess it isn't on Android if it's the first one published by Humble Games for mobile front. But if you did release a game for Android, it has a very high chance of still being playable and compatible, or at least workable. I have not really run into too many Android games or Android things that didn't work, with the exception of the one major problem that I'm having right now, which is Samsung deciding to put in this screen timeout app that just ignores any settings to tell it to not activate at all. I think what happened there, it seems like at some point they were going to try and put ads on the screen timeout, and people told them, no, that's completely unacceptable, we won't allow that to happen, and they released the software with the screen timeout function enabled but without ads. Even with that, Samsung phones are increasingly getting overrun with ads inside of all the Samsung apps advertising other Samsung things, which probably means Samsung is struggling to continue to make profit. And yeah, the cell phone fad is pretty much dead at this point, and people buying a new cell phone every 2 years is no longer because they want the new piece of equipment. Now it's because the battery is always dead after 2 years, or the screen is always burnt in after 2 years. And I think we will potentially start to see large numbers of just lower quality products or less improvements happening because they just want the devices to die. And since we killed that, I think we're fairly safe to do that. And then that. See, the danger is I could be cycling out my Cauldron Familiar and he might play another character. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Slay Legends and Almighty Kill Your Gods, coming to PC and consoles in 2020. And this does look like a Cthulhu-esque god, and this looks like a video that doesn't want to load. Okay. It seems like there's 2 or 3 games where you're going to end up fighting gods in the next couple of years. It would be a hard number to keep an eye on to see if a general anti-theism was increasing or decreasing amongst video game designers. There definitely has been in the United States a slight increased frustration with extreme fundamentalist religious people, mostly Christians, who are ignoring social distancing guidelines. But I don't think any video game that's coming out right now would have been a real reaction to that in general, because it's just not been enough time for somebody to make a game like that. And I haven't even really seen any troll games or anything in that line. Here we have Griftlands on Steam. We've already seen that was on early access. In all fairness, Griftlands does look like it is a sci-fi setting for a Slay the Spire clone. It's from Clay Entertainment, a somewhat known developer and publisher, and I don't know if it really needed to be in early access, or should have just waited till it was done. What else did Clay make? Oxygen Not Included, Hot Lava, Don't Starve Together, Indivisible Ink. So there's a decent name behind that development group. But yeah, it still really does just feel like it's a Slay the Spire clone. But if you really like Slay the Spire and you've played all of that, maybe that's not such a big deal either. TechRaptor has an article here. Roki release date announced at the Guerrilla Collective. Let's see. Roki is what? Say, girl in a snowy forest, exploring, meeting creatures, going on a little adventure, going through time. Okay. Looks like it might be interesting enough. Alright, let's go ahead and stop that and hit that. And then go ahead and activate that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice this one, I guess. And we'll do this. We'll be 1 short, and that will let him get 1 health back up. But it doesn't matter because in the next turn I can just sacrifice my guys anyways. So I can just attack with all 3 and win next turn. I can sacrifice my 2 guys and get them down to 1. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Let's see, here's Tech Raptor's coverage of Almighty Kill Your Gods, which, yeah, that definitely looks like a Cthulhu-esque monster. There's someone mentioned El Shaddai, a forgotten little gem that came out a long time ago, and El Shaddai is God Almighty, is when translated from Hebrew. El being the name of one of the names of God, then in Christianity and Judaism, and Shaddai meaning Almighty, I believe. Doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I did remember that game happened, and there was like a weird kind of spiritual sequel to El Shaddai that played completely different also. So between those 2 games, if anybody would actually fund them to reboot that and try to tell that story, that might be interesting. But Almighty Kill Your Gods as a title for a game series is a pretty terrible one. I can definitely see a lot of parents, even of parents of even 18, 20-year-olds, not liking somebody having a game with that title in their series. Whereas The Binding of Isaac Rebirth probably would just be as offensive if people knew the content of it. The title itself doesn't inherently come off as aggressively potentially anti-theist. So I would almost certainly recommend that they change the name to just Almighty, or find a completely different name. Probably would make more sales if you didn't call the monsters you're fighting gods. If you just called it Almighty Kill All Monsters, or just Kill All Monsters. There, I believe, is a game already called Destroy All Monsters, but nothing really stopping you from having something similar to that name. Moving on, we have a Gamatsu article here for PC. A turn-based mech combat RPG called Wolfstride has been announced. This looks interesting. Wow. Shatter the Sky. Shatter the Sky. Killed everything. I don't know if that's gonna work well enough. What was this called? Wolfstride? Let's look and see what this looks like on the trailer. This must have been a game that wasn't really announced during one of the events, because I clearly didn't see anybody else announce this. This looks interesting, but it does run the risk of being a black and white or grayscale style game for its entirety, and that probably would turn off a lot of potential customers, maybe me included. Like, I could definitely see making the argument that, oh, this just looks like a black and white game. I don't want to play a black and white game, because that just feels low effort. That was one of the things about Minute that irritated me, is that not only was it a super short, super linear game, it was kind of black and white when it really didn't need to be. You could have fairly easily colored it in and given some more variety to the animation. That's just not something that they offered. This wants to exile this creature, so I'm gonna instead sacrifice it and bring in back our familiar. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Guilty Gear Strive Ram Lethal reveal trailer. So there seems to be yet a new Guilty Gear game. I assume that this is still just a highly polished animated fighting game. Oh, Ram Lethal is not a new expansion on the game as much as just a new character. Okay. Yep. Guilty Gear, probably. Guilty Gear Strive in particular, probably something I should consider as a fighting game to play above a lot of other options. Still don't ever get 2 pips once you're up at platinum tier. That, even if you are having a win streak. So definitely gets a lot more difficult to play these. See, I only need 1 more victory and I'll have all 10 victories that I needed to do. Although I probably should have played more on Sunday. I kind of appreciated playing other things. Like, Magic Arena is still just taking up way too much of my time for my taste. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Mortal Shell trailer shows a glimpse of its universe. This is, I think we've seen this, where there's these giant Dark Souls monsters that are like half like magically infused sets of armors, I think is what they're kind of going for as the theme. Let's see, it's the Dark Souls of not Dark Souls. That's what TechRaptor refers to it as. Yeah, we'd seen that trailer before. Let's see, Castle Storm 2 trailer shows new release date. Castle Storm 2. What happened to Castle Storm 1? I don't know if there's a game here that really interests me, or if this is just kind of a simplistic, almost reverse tower defense type game. So what is the new release date? That would be the actual information. July 31st for Nintendo Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and PC via the Epic Games Store. Okay. So that's the real useful information there. TechRaptor has an article here. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim reveals it's coming to the West. Which, okay, this was, I believe, a mech game with an interesting art style and probably some small bit of visual novel style conversations. And it looks like it's using the live 2D animation system or something like that. So it's going to be released on September 8th for the PS4. The free English voiceover patch will be available after release due to COVID-19 slowing them down. Okay. There might be a decent argument to say, hey, play 13 Sentinels instead of playing Persona Gold 4. That's probably not a great argument in reality, but if you didn't feel like you wanted to fully commit, I imagine 13 Sentinels might be shorter, and it probably doesn't have a history of the first couple of Persona games. if I was going to go and play Persona 4 Gold, I feel like I'd have to at least spend 20 minutes reading the Wikipedia of what happened in the previous games, because almost certainly you're not going to get a recap at the beginning that tells you what happened. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Lucifer Within Us trailer mixes demons with murderous investigations. Let's see. Well, this is an interesting looking 3D polygon game that looks like it is going to be a murder mystery experiment. Although it almost feels like you have to move very, very fast, unless that gameplay was sped up, to investigate the murder in a timeline gameplay mechanic, which that feels like then you would end up playing the same scenario multiple times, just trying to move as fast as possible, unless there's some gameplay mechanic that slows down time at some point. Let's do this. And how do we want to handle this? Just go and put that on the field, I guess. And then no attack. TechRaptor has an article, Goosebumps Dead of Night gameplay trailer. So, the last Goosebumps games I played was a very flat point-and-click adventure. Here we can see the image of Jack Black playing R.L. Stine. So this is a tie-in for those two movies, which oddly, even the two Goosebumps movies didn't really seem like they were tie-ins to each other. This does look like it is a 3D environmental game instead of probably trying to find some hidden objects in the 3D environments, instead of playing around on a 2D platform. And if anything, it feels like you're probably playing as Slappy the doll, not playing as a kid or a human, which that would be a little bit weird. Yeah, all in all, it feels kind of like it is an Escape the Room game, more than anything, by the looks of it. And this probably is not a huge effort game, and it probably is just a tie-in for some new Goosebump movie series that they're trying to make it a trilogy, probably trying to make it something like the Marvel series. Well, interestingly enough, at the end you do run into Slappy, so I guess you're not playing as Slappy. Okay, well, there might be something there. What am I supposed to be doing over here? Seems like my timer froze. So have I lost connection yet again? Or is the other player lost connection? Or is the game just locked up? Yeah, it seems like he's not playing instead of me. Here we have a game on Steam called Maids of Ocean Solitaire, which is clearly just a solitaire game. We're not seeing too many of those. If anything, I guess they've finally realized that you can only put out one or two of those a month. $4.49 English only for a solitaire game, though, is still not really worth it. You know what I'd like to do today is I'd like to get all the daily quests done, of course. And I'd like to be able to see the beginning of the end before we wrap up today's stream. And I think that'll be about our goal, because I don't even see the beginning of the end. Like, I can't even see that final tab. And at some point, there needs to be a better system, honestly, for tabs. I need like a... In all honesty, if I had a box on this side and it just scaled down the image a little bit and there was just tab, 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 square tabs, tiny square tabs in 4 different columns, that's probably to the level of how much space I would need taken up. But that's definitely some screen real estate that one would prefer not lose. TechRaptor has an article here. Remothered Broken Porcelain is serving up suspense this August. This is, I believe, let's see, the next in the Remothered series, not the original Remothered game, which I guess came and went, and I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't even reviewed that well. That is definitely going to be a cause for concern, is just going back and investigating whether these games that have sequels now, whether the original games actually had any relevancy or that good. This does look like an interesting horror game in that it's very animated and polished, and it does have a theme. Also, it does feel like a lot like some of the early 90s, late 80s indie horror games that were out there that became kind of cult classics for the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 even, or PlayStation 1 even, and they never were going to sell because they were horror games, and they quickly got forgotten because they tended not to be that good, or at least not that well playable or played at all. There was one, I believe it was called Rule of Rose, that X-Play used to, or G4 used to show trailers for that all the time, and it definitely caught my attention with all the cutscenes, but I don't know if the game itself was actually worth playing. G4 kind of had a great thing going there as being funded well enough to get the licenses or fight the DMCA takedown requests that probably didn't even exist during the time. I don't know if the DMCA even existed when G4 was doing it, but they would show trailers and cutscenes from games and just have entire 30-minute blocks dedicated to that content, where any other site, even like Giant Bomb with CBS's lawyers behind them, still doesn't really bother to try and make something around that, because they don't have that need to fill in 24 hours of TV schedule. And that's certainly where you got Attack of the Show from too, is just this need to have a 1 or 2 hour show to fill in your prime time at the very least. Of course, in the end, G4 failed, and then became... did it become Spike? It may have become Spike, but then Spike is now Paramount. And so, yeah. Yeah, that channel in particular is probably one of the worst cable channels ever as far as being successful. Whereas definitely some other channels have changed what they were. FX drastically changed what it was from its original lineup. And that was fairly obvious that was going to happen, because the original lineup for FX was trying to attract like stay-at-home mothers during daytime programming, and it was very, very family friendly, and you knew that Fox did not have it in him to make a channel like that. Fox is always about the hardcore, edgy content. Just gonna do no attacks and hope I can block everything. Moving on, Gamatsu has the same article. Remothered is coming for the PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One on August 25th. Yeah, Remothered Broken Porcelain is. You might make the argument that Remothered Broken Porcelain is coming out a little too early, considering the first game is probably not that old. But on the other hand, you could also probably make the argument that since people don't really remember it, that there's nothing but benefit to promoting the first game by releasing a sequel fairly quickly. At least that would be an interesting thought. I don't know if that's ever actually worked, though. Yeah. If a sequel has made a previous game in a series, or previous movie, or previous book in a series more relatable. In books, it probably has. I doubt too many people would read Red Dragon if Silence of the Lambs had never come out as a book. But I don't know if that in TV or in movies that's ever been the case. Maybe Star Trek 2 did retroactively improve the Star Trek 1. Star Trek 1's movie was pretty bad. Okay. We need this guy to die. So I'm going to hope this works. Come on, block, 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 block. Yes. Solve all that. Play this. Put this on the field. If I somehow mess this up because of his reactions, let's go ahead and just eat food too to get our health back up. So he gets a couple of tokens. I may still lose here. Gamatsu has an article here. The Werewolf the Apocalypse Heart of the Forest has been announced. It feels like there's a game called Vampire the Apocalypse, but I think I'm confusing it with Vampire the Masquerade. Not a lot being shown in this trailer. Like, I could see an argument towards playing as a vampire in Vampire the Masquerade as an RPG type experience. I have a lot harder time seeing playing as a werewolf because there really isn't that much variety amongst the werewolves. You'd have to kind of make a large collection of new species of werewolves to have them act differently, play differently, have different abilities. I'm still not sure the animalistic instincts of a werewolf make sense as a character in a game. Alright. Can we... think we need this guy? Oh man, that was stupid. I can't play him. But I needed to play him. Oh man, I just boned that up. I boned that up bad. Okay, let's see. No attacks in turn. The National Video Game Museum tweeted out that the signature from the former FBI Director William S. Sessions for the Winners Don't Do Drugs logo in video games, well, that guy passed away a few days on June 12th. So, yeah. What does that really mean or have anything to do with video games other than just reminding people that, yeah, that kind of anti-drug stuff was put on the front of a lot of video game things. I don't think it was ever mandated or forced in any way. I think it was purely voluntary as a way of arcade game creators being virtue signalers, in the same way that now everybody that makes a video game tries to virtue signal on Twitter and by donating small, relatively speaking, insignificant portions of their wealth towards causes. YouTube donating $1 million to people of color creators, $1 million split between a lot of creators, probably means they'll get pennies at best, or Susan Wojcicki or somebody at YouTube is going to handpick the winners of who get those $1 million, and it goes to an incredibly small group. Whereas if they wanted to really help people of color on YouTube, they could do that by just helping all small-time YouTube content creators make some small amount of money. Like, just bring back, lower down the requirements to be in the YouTube Partner Program, and I could definitely argue also be a little less restrictive on some of the content that can be put on YouTube. Like, rap is kind of known for being a little rough. I could easily see if rappers who are mostly people of color, if they're putting out their hot lyrics, if that's the right phrase, I could see them getting demonetized. I could see them getting community guideline strikes. I could see a lot of things there. On the other hand, it's fairly typical and traditional in Africa for Africans, people of color, to walk around topless, both the males and the females, because it's incredibly hot and it's just not really seen as a social thing. At least the tribes do that. People in cities don't so much, as far as I've seen. But that would definitely be a nudity guideline strike when there's no sexual connotation around that at all. Same is true in Europe. Topless beaches and such. Well, is there anything else I need to do? No, we should just continue playing ranked. So, yeah, there's definitely some of the rules that YouTube enforces globally that don't make sense globally, or enforce a very puritanical United Statesian mentality. I wouldn't even call it a Christian mentality. There's Christians all over the world, and it doesn't seem to bother people outside the United States anywhere as much. So that would almost certainly help more than donating $1 million. And then of course Activision and Bobby Kotick and all of that. Jim Sterling put out a video, and I'm still watching some of his YouTube videos, but I mostly stopped listening to his podcast because that just got unbearable. Talking about how when you have people like Jeff Bezos who are making billions upon billions of dollars, and is well on his way to being the first trillionaire ever, he is tacitly or actively enforcing a system in which things cannot be accomplished unless it has the support of a disgustingly rich person. That charities can't afford to run their business unless they get millions and millions of dollars from rich people, which then lets the rich people dictate what charities thrive and what charities fail, and it lets the rich people protect their own profits by having lobbyist groups in the form of charities, or charities in the form of lobbyist groups, protecting this system, which is a system designed from the ground up to benefit the rich and disenfranchise the non-rich. When you look at it from the opposite direction, it really is true. If you were to go give 50 cents to like a Habitat for Humanity or a animal welfare group or anything like that, that 50 cents means nothing to them. It doesn't mean anything at all, because the value of 50 cents has been devalued throughout the entirety of the economy, because there are billions out there who have sucked out billions of dollars from circulation and can effectively outbid you, increasing the demand on anything and everything. If there weren't rich people out there who could afford Rolls Royces as cars, Rolls Royces would have to lower their prices, but they don't have to do that. Do I have to keep playing here? Not really. Let's just take the victory and go forward. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Space Dogfight. That's a little too generic a game name, and it does seem like it's kind of an empty game with just like one horizon background. It's $4.49, and it has a bunch of language support. Oddly, it's from a game called Meng Games, which is a terrible name. M-E-N-G. That's feels very much like this is a Chinese developer trying to hide the fact that they're a Chinese developer. And if we look at the other games that they've made, they are all low effort titles with low effort names. So, yeah. It is a really bad name to pick. Let's see. We may go one, maybe two more games. Next, we have a game on Steam called Puzzle Party. This looks like nothing. $4.99, English only. Like, I can see the beginning of the end, so now I have a little motivation to be done with this. Here we have a game called Last Regiment that looks like it is a tactical placement game. I probably wouldn't want to play this, but I'm going to be generous and put it on the fall list. It's $11.99, English only. It might be kind of a tabletop turn-based tactical game here of some interest. Like, the more of these tabs that I get closed today, or the fewer tabs I have to deal with, I guess, tomorrow or Wednesday. Next, we have a game on Steam called Disintegration, which is already on my follow list. It's a sci-fi first-person shooter integrating real-time strategy, according to its description. It's $49.99, English full audio, bunch of languages. It's probably too expensive, but I will leave it on the follow list and we'll see. Disintegration is a great example of a game that came out June 15th and should have caught people's attention and has now just been drowned out by all the announcements of everything, even just announcements of hardware for the PlayStation 5. There's been a ton of memes and stuff around that. And I will say, from my sources of Japanese news, there's a lot of anthropomorphic humanizations of the PlayStation 5, turning her into an anime girl, sometimes turning in both versions, the all-digital version and the non-all-digital version, into anime girls. Which, when that happens, and it almost always happens with Japanese console developers, it shows that there is fandom and excitement out there for the PlayStation 5. In comparison, the Japanese audience has not done that with the Xbox One Series X, which is, in all fairness, a boring black box, so it would be fairly hard to turn that into an anime girl. There's no prompts there as far as the colors or the art style, but it also definitely shows that the Series X has failed, probably once again. Microsoft has failed to do something that would catch the attention of the Japanese audience, for better or for worse. I hope I have enough mana here. It doesn't really even matter. Twitch support has had a tweet out 10 hours ago. We are looking into issues causing multiple errors across Twitch right now, including elements of the site not loading. Here you can see Twitter support's not loading either. And then 7 hours ago, there are many parts of the site impacted right now, but you may notice primarily login issues and features loading. We're beginning to see recovery 5 hours ago. So almost like a full day not working at Twitch. Whereas if that does ever happen at Google, which I don't think it does happen anywhere as often, it gets hidden very nicely. So even on like Google support or YouTube support, you don't see these announcements happening. Which one do we want? Yeah, we're fine to take this one. That's a little cheaper anyways. And play. And attack. See, next we have a game on Steam, Marcella Moon's Secret on the Hill. Looks like it's a low effort asset flip game. Some kind of attempt at an adventure game. $4.99 English, allegedly full audio. No thanks to that. It's being compared to Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa 5. Yeah, I feel like probably instead of playing the Persona series, it probably would be smarter just to play the Danganronpa series. They destroyed my card. that sucks. Oh. This is not gonna go well. Let's see. The Forgotten City tweeted out this Steam announcement saying we are part of the IGN Summer of Gaming, and here you can see Forgotten City characters being reanimated and not being any Skyrim characters. It'll be interesting to see just how much of the content of the Forgotten City needs to be changed for the fans that have already played the game, because I feel like it will be fairly disappointing if it plays out exactly the same way as the mod does, or the story plays out that way. See, I think this guy probably does have some way in which he can defeat me. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Devs can now dig through the source code of 3 games from Blindo Games. Alright, if you want to do that. I'm not sure looking through the source code of other games really matter too much, particularly if that game isn't particularly well known, or particularly well known for being well programmed. Like if I went through the source code of like Borderlands 3, I imagine I'd just glaze over a significant portion of that content, because yeah, there's just no way that would be useful. I'm gonna start attacking with this one. See, all he needs is 1 damage. That revitalizes me somewhat. But probably not as much as it should. Next, we have a game on Steam called Coronavirus Battlegrounds COVID-19 News. So this is the point where someone has just gone completely insane making a troll game for $3.99. And it goes to show that there's no way that these key phrases wouldn't have raised a red flag if Steam had any kind of red flag system. Which they are working on a new red flag system for our comments. So they should probably implement a similar moderation bot of some sort to flag these games that have just controversial titles, topics around them, and are just troll games. You know, Metacritic has their review for Persona 4 Golden, giving it an 8.8, or combining a lot of people's reviews for an 8.8. So here we have somebody that gave it a 0, and everybody else is giving it a 10 out of 10. Not to say that the 0 is inherently or always going to be invalid. That might be someone's true shared experience. You'd have to know that person and know their types of reviews. Let's go ahead and tap this. And can we tap this again? No, we would need one more mana. Tech Raptor has an article here. Duke Nukem is once again involved with a lawsuit between 3D Realms and Gearbox. Let's see what this is. Gearbox and 3D Realms are at it again with a lawsuit over the Duke Nukem franchise. This time around, Gearbox is suing 3D Realms with the accusation that they breached a contract. The accusation comes in the form of music featured in the game, with Duke Nukem 3D composer Robert Bobby Prince claiming that he still owns some of the music featured in the game, and that the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC versions of Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary World Tour infringe on his copyright. Gearbox claims that 3D Realm breached this contract by not informing them of said licensing issues, and that the sale was supposed to be for everything in the games. The lawsuit only has to do with those versions of the game. The upcoming Nintendo Switch port of Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary World Tour will not be affected, as Gearbox has worked out a deal with Prince for it. So that does seem to me, on the face of it, like Gearbox might not even be the bad guys in this one. Although that is hard to believe, frankly, with Randy Pitchford, that he isn't inherently always the bad guy. But I mean, I'm also willing to assume that he's stupid, and considering how they were sued by their general counsel, they may not have very good lawyers anymore, or any lawyers anymore. Darn it. Well, that was it. See, it continues. The lawsuit has already gotten some rather heated comments. Gearbox Randy Pitchford said that if 3D Realms is found guilty, which they won't be found guilty legally because this would be a civil trial, then they are kinds of poop heads. Yeah, Randy Pitchford already making himself out as the bad guy. Here it goes. This isn't the first legal battle between 3D Realms and Gearbox over Duke Nukem. In 2011, 3D Realms sued Gearbox, claiming they didn't receive royalties for Duke Nukem Forever, but later withdrew the suit when shown how poorly the game sold. In 2014, the two companies butted heads again, with Gearbox suing 3D Realms for announcing Duke Nukem Mass Destruction after selling Gearbox the Duke Nukem IP. The result of that one is that Mass Destruction was reworked and rebranded to Bombshell, a game that promptly bombed, but at least got a rather impressive sequel with Iron Fury. Yeah, I can't inherently, just by default, blame Gearbox. This is the problem with inherently working with low quality people in the form of Randy Pitchford and Gearbox, and in the form probably of 3D Realms also, is that low quality people tend to attract low quality people. That's the wrong phrase. You shouldn't call them low quality people. People of little ethical fortitude, like Randy Pitchford, tend to attract other people of little ethical fortitude. So it's no surprise that these fights are happening. Not one bit. And this kind of stuff does probably happen in business, but most of the time it gets worked out. And I don't think Randy Pitchford has the leadership to work these things out quietly. And he doesn't understand the devastating effect of... here we can see what's coming in the Core 2021 Mastery Pass. If that would launch. There we go. He just doesn't seem to understand the devastating effect of bad press. So I clicked on that, and this is what it shows me. June 1st. Let's see. It's just text. It's really not very well depicted at all. You'll get 1,200 gems back if you get the Mastery Pass and 4,000 gold. And there's just a lot of stuff in red. Why it's all in red and yellow, I don't even know. That's really terrible. These kind of announcements should be directly in Arena. Or at the very least, if they are going to do something like that, it should be depicted on a website in such a way that if somebody's clicking on this from Magic Online or just from a tweet or from Magic Arena, they're still getting a very highly polished image and depiction and description. I shouldn't have to potentially go to a third-party site to be able to understand what the new expansion is really offering in a quick and easy visual way. I mean, you're making a card game, and sure, the bottom half of your cards have text in them, but you're not making a book here. Everything should be visual as much as written. Moving on, we have an updated TechRaptor article. Valve is implementing a new Steam comment moderation bot, which honestly, I think this is probably a great move because it means they can then just say, you know what, we're not going to mark things as review bombs anymore because review bombs are legitimate statements unless they're being made by single entities such as the entire country of China, which that's about the only time a review bomb is a legitimate review bomb compared to when you have thousands of individual people who are legitimately upset about something putting their own individual opinion out there. Review bombs should not apply to individuals using their voice once. It should only apply to a organization or a group, a non-individual of some sort using their power to say the same thing a million times over. Let's see. It says your comment is under review. Steam's forums are blah 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 blah. So it says the comment is awaiting analysis by an automated content check system. It'll be temporarily hidden until we verify that it does not contain harmful content, e.g. links to websites that are attempting to steal information. That's probably their main focus too, is that it's just trying to avoid scammers posting things. Valve replied, yes, we are scanning the forums and hiding posts that contain links to malicious sites attempting to steal users' Steam information. We are always looking for ways to improve our new updates and fixes and features. So it doesn't even feel like they're moderating it for offensive comments so much as just scam comments, which does definitely fit into their kind of libertarian mentality, in the sense that they don't want to go around and moderate people's contents. Certainly though, even Steam's forums would be just immediately shut down if the safe harbor law was changed or removed in some drastic way, and Valve had to actually curate every single comment being put on his site. You'd see almost every site remove that ability. Even Facebook and such might start to make you pay for every post you want to post. Yeah, Facebook would die overnight if you had to do that. I think I'm going to skip through some stuff because we aren't really at the beginning of the end after all. Gamasutra has an article here. Xbox expands on smart delivery, confirms game progress will carry forward. So here's a list of smart smart delivery supported games. There really is no reason why save files wouldn't be able to be carried forward. It really does. It's not like it is a major change in the story or the architecture of the design between an Xbox One and an Xbox Series X. It's just improvements. See, I'm just trying to click on everything. Still a ton of games that we didn't even talk about. But there's some bigger bits of news also. And we may not even get to this article, but I'll mention it. There was a game called The Little Devil, I believe. Or The Devil Inside. I think it was called The Little Devil. And they had some characters that looked very much like the native African stereotype. Characters with cornrows, shooting a blow dart, giant mask in front of them, in kind of a grass skirt type look out, and dark skinned, of course. And they've come out already after putting out that trailer less than a week or two ago. I think it was less than a week ago that trailer's come out. They've already come out and apologized for racist imagery, and it's like, okay, yeah. I don't think we're ever going to be able to do that cartoony imagery ever again in the same way that there was blackface in some of the old Tom and Jerry stuff. And well, there was maybe not blackface, but there was a stereotypical black woman in old Tom and Jerry cartoons that they really couldn't draw that or show that anymore. So yeah, this is the price of progress, is that there is a higher danger of doing something offensive, and if you're not willing to stick with it and say, yeah, that was my intention, I intentionally drew a racist stereotype to get your attention and to depict that character that way. If you're not willing to stand behind that, then you shouldn't go into that, and you should be very careful. I could see people even now not really thinking about that so much, but it does seem like that still is going to happen quite often. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has this other article. This is a little surprising, but like everything is on the table now. Ziggurat has acquired the Blood Rain franchise and other Majesco licenses. So, and they plan to further explore and expand the dormant action-adventure game series. So, they also got Advent Rising, Raises Hell, and Flips Twisted World. So we may see 4 years from now a new Blood Rain game, which, okay, that would bring a interesting female character into like a first-person shooter world and change some things up. So here's the Gamma Sutra article I was just talking about, Little Devil Inside. It's both Dev apologizes for the stereotype shown in the trailer, and here's the imagery. And yeah, I can see how this is too much, frankly. Like, you could have crazy creatures with masks, but then you definitely shouldn't have them have cornrows and have dark skin and probably not be in a forest or look human at all. Let's see. The characters in questions were intended to be protectors or guardians of a particular mystic region of the world of a Little Devil Inside, and were not created in reference to any, quote, real African or Afro-American human tribes. which is probably worse at that point, because particularly these depictions are not really realistic, and they never were, which is kind of part of the problem with those racist depictions at the time, is that they were pushing a very intentional false narrative that was getting repeated by a bunch of people who didn't know better, but the original people that were saying it were definitely knowing that it wasn't true, what they were saying and what they were depicting. They were pushing false science, false reality as a form of propaganda. Let's see. Now I'm just gonna continue to jump around things and close out any tabs that are kind of repetitive stuff or unimportant stuff. Gamatsu has this announcement: Star Wars Squadrons launches October 2nd for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC. It features crossplay and virtual reality headset support. It is an X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter game. I believe it is single player only, and at the moment of launch it won't have microtransactions from what I've heard. But I also do not for 1 second have 100% faith that EA won't try to sneak in some form of microtransactions into this game later on. They're just trying to avoid controversies. They'll wait till the game is reviewed, and then 6 weeks to 6 months later, there'll be some form of DLC, there'll be some form of loot box, there'll be something. The bigger issue too is, while there is kind of a rabid fan base of X-Wing versus TIE Fighter game players out there, I don't know if that fan base is big enough to justify Star Wars Squadrons actually existing. It probably also does open up this doorway that there were several Star Wars games they said they were working on. That's probably one of them. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3 of them have been canceled, and that I wouldn't be surprised if there's really only 2 or 3 more in development. But we've heard nothing to say that EA won't continue to have the license to Star Wars, so they could start a whole new generation of new Star Wars games in development. Moving on, TechRaptor has this opinion piece: the definitive Persona game's dilemma, when Atlas takes all of your time. Let's see. Ever since I played Persona 3 FES, F-E-S, that's another thing. A game between a remake and a sequel. So, yeah, there's an opinion piece there. I'm not going to really read it, but it does bring about that interesting thought that I've had, where it might just be too much of a commitment to try and play the Persona games ever. Here's the announcement trailer from TechRaptor. We already saw that. So that was a redundant article. And yep, redundant article again. You know, it is mentionable, certainly, that May the 4th came out a while ago. We're in June. Why did they not announce that on May the 4th instead of waiting to this point? You would have definitely gotten more coverage at that point as a new Star Wars game, and you would have not been squashed between all the other announcements that are happening at the time. Gamma Sutra has an article: Steam, the new wishlist to first week sales expectations. This is a blog for developers, and yeah, I imagine as time is happening, fewer and fewer people are buying day one for games that they wish listed, because fewer and fewer people, I suspect, are buying games in general. OpenCritic has an article. The noted Oscar dismisser Joseph Fares says his next game will debut at EA Play, which I feel like this was the guy that made a Way Out, and I feel like he was working with Square Enix before. I don't know if A Way Out was a smart design of a game, considering how it, I think, forced you to play with a partner, and that limited its playability for a lot of people. I don't think the game was particularly that great anyways. So I imagine his next game won't be very big or very interesting either. TechRaptor has an article here. EVE Online Project Discovery lets you fight COVID-19. Okay. How do you do it? Apparently you're just straight up giving the in-game currency Plex to them. Which is fine, I suppose. At least in that case, it's gamers actually donating instead of the EVE Online people themselves donating. Although probably they should do both. Like, people that run EVE Online, I think, make plenty of money, so they should be donating if they want to donate also. A ton of stuff happened during Pokemon Go announcements, apparently. So Pokemon Go Global Battle League was shut down due to cheaters. Check out that article if you're interested. There is a feature from TechRaptor. Pokemon Go community stays together during social distancing. I hope this is an image of last year and not this year. But Pokemon Go still seems to be fairly supported by its fan base. But I don't think it's going to grow much. Particularly when you have them ending support for 32-bit Android devices in August. Which, it's weird that the software would give up support there. When it would be more likely that eventually just Android itself would give up 32-bit support. Here we also have a TechRaptor article. Pokemon Go is mistakenly flagging some iOS users for cheating. So, it doesn't seem like a lot of stuff is going well for Pokemon Go. A Pokemon Go local business recovery initiative announced, which doesn't sound like a great idea. But, okay. Encouraging people to go outside and visit businesses is still not a smart idea at all. Gematsu has the same article here. Ziggurat Interactive acquires Blood Rain, Advent Rising, Raises Hell, and Flip Twisted World. Visually, Blood Rain as a character is interesting. Her actual gameplay is alright for its time and the time it came out, but you would really just have to reboot the whole series and remake and reboot it, not just remake it. I don't even think remaking it or remastering it would sell it very much more than it already has sold. Gematsu has an article. The game Demo Reborn is coming to PC. That is interesting because we've seen a lot of hype from Gematsu and the Japanese side for the Demo series, and it did always catch my attention, but it never seemed like it was actually a game that was really going to come to the West. More games coming to the West certainly is appreciated. Here we have Gematsu's cover on that. Hazelight to announce a new game at EA Play Live 2020, the studio behind A Way Out. Yeah, we still don't have any real news. So this is effectively an announcement for an announcement. Um, Here is a game on Steam. I'm skipping over a lot of them, but it does feel like we are hitting a point where they're not really curating their games at all. We have a game here on Steam called Kidnap Girl, who seems like a visual novel character that you straight up kidnap. It's a free-to-play game, roughly half an hour to 2 hours, and it's definitely going into masochism, mature content. There is violence, English and Russian. Feels like it's probably a little too violent to be allowed on Steam without at least getting a second look to it. We always don't want to censor people, but there is definitely a point where, hey, at the very least, this should be marked appropriately, and this should be looked at to see, is this just someone telling a deep, dark, sadistic fantasy, which is different than someone engaging in consensual, or at least implied consensual or partially consensual bondage, sadism, and masochism. Like there's a big difference between someone wanting to be tied up and asking to be tied up, and then somebody being forcefully tied up. There's a big difference there. One is a crime, one is not. And then if we're gonna let any trolled game developer make games that do crimes of a dark and sexual nature, that's going to open a lot of doors that I imagine Valve does not want to see open. We already let any person create games that are of a dark, violent nature, but usually the violence is withheld. There's to having very little gore and often shooting either faceless bad guys or zombies. So it definitely would be changing the field quite a bit. Also, we have a game here on Steam called COVID 2069, which is just an asset flip first-person shooter zombie game, selling for $5.99. Again, anything with COVID in the name should have been put into some kind of filter to make these games looked at before they were listed completely. And see, I don't even really I don't hate the idea of gore or violence of any kind. Like, I'm watching the Hannibal on Netflix. I love the first couple seasons, although I would argue you should watch the first 2 seasons and then maybe skip the first 6 episodes in season 3, because that whole section of the story just feels completely different and weird, weirdly out of place. But so I kind of love gore. I kind of love violence. I'm not gonna say I hate bondage, sadism, and masochism or any of that either. But yeah, when it feels like you're just depicting that, it's not appealing. Like, I remember when watching Akira for the first time, there's a scene in the beginning of the movie where a girl just gets punched straight in the nose, straight in the face, and then they tear her shirt and they attempt to potentially rape her at that point, and that was definitely eye-opening and had me sitting up on the edge of my chair at that point. I'm like, oh, this is something that would not have been depicted in a Western animated product for sure, and it wouldn't have been depicted even in a Western live action product. But, and in all fairness, that one scene and all the extremeness in Akira at all, even as a hugely successful and hugely popular series, did not lead towards all movies and all stories being like that. Even anime, which was always known for being fairly extreme, never got 100% extreme. Moving on, we have Second Dinner looking for a senior 2D artist. Still, this is Ben Brode's company, for lack of a better description. The person who was he was the guy in charge of Hearthstone, and who was making Hearthstone at least fairly decent a game. It would have been really interesting at some point to see what Ben Brode would have done for the Magic series if Ben Brode became the main person in charge of Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast. It'd be very interesting to see what he would do and how he would fix Magic from its current point. TechRaptor has an article here. Indie devs pull games due to lack of Steam Black Lives Matter support. Let's see. Multiple indie devs are upset that of a Steam Black Lives Matter statement, so much so that they have made the decision to remove their games from Valve's digital distribution platform entirely. This seems like this is kind of ridiculous, that every single company now is saying we will stop doing business with every other company unless they parrot the same virtue signaling that we've done. I mean, it's really, really ridiculous. It's not like Steam or Valve has come out and said, oh, we don't support Black Lives Matter. They've just said nothing, which is the right statement for any company to have made. And I appreciate that Valve hasn't come out and said this. And honestly, this article feels like it's literally one person that went on a rant, and they're making a much bigger statement here than not. And frankly, even if 1,000 or 2,000 indie developers pulled their games off of Steam, so what? Like, most people weren't going to play those indie games on Steam anyways, and that just cleans up Steam at a certain point. They'll come crawling back to Steam once they see that nobody's paying as much or going to itch.io to buy your games. And if anything, a lot of these indie games should be on itch.io in the first place. Because Steam really should be more of a professional storefront for professionally developed games, and not indie experimentations and low effort games. At least in my opinion, that's how it is. Gamma Sutra has an article. Disbelief is hiring a programmer in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Seems like we are starting to see a few little job listings, but definitely not a lot. Let's see. Then here we have Gamatsu's article. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim launches September 8th in the West. Okay. Let's see. And I'm just trying to get to as far to the right as I possibly can with the tabs, and then we can be done with today's stream. Here we have TechRaptor announcing a couple more Nutaku games coming to Android. Furious Battles and Sexy Vixens are coming in the game Flaming Kingdom. Okay. Yeah. I will say I'm still playing the College Life game, but I feel like I've kind of am almost 100% done with all the content that is there. Since I started playing it kind of as soon as it came out. And yeah, it's kind of nothing as a game. It's a Simpsons Tapped Out clone without anywhere as much expansions as the Simpsons Tapped Out would have now. And there's really not a lot to do or expand at this point. The major one issue is that the premium currency seems like it's fairly impossible to get enough to unlock the 4 behind a paywall effectively characters that you really need to have. So it does feel like in 2-3 weeks, maybe a month or two, will have just maxed out as far as I can go with the game, and then I'll just uninstall it. And the adult content in it is laughable. It's 5 still images for each couple, and there's probably only about 20 couples, so you're getting about 100 still images, and then the dialogue is raunchy, but that's about it. It could easily be censored down to being just a regular Simpsons tapped out game. Destiny Child, on the other hand, still going strong. RPG Maker MZ has been announced for PC, according to Gamatsu, so yet another RPG Maker game thing. We'll have to see what these RPG Maker MZ versions of games look like, and whether people even bother to use RPG Maker anymore, or if people have finally wised up and realized that you can just as easily use Unreal. Or Unreal or Unity engines. TechRaptor has a review here for a game called Beyond Blue, which looks like a game where you swim in the ocean or take care of animals of some sort. Okay. So yeah, you're swimming in the ocean. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure if it's particularly interesting as a video game though. Beyond Blue is an entertaining diversion for a few hours. Unfortunately, its fun gameplay is held back by small scale and clunky writing. Pros are free swimming mode and scientifically accurate. Cons, it's only 3 hours long and it's limited in scope and explorable areas. So it does feel like you'd probably be better doing a sci-fi story like Subnautica, swimming around, instead of doing something scientifically accurate. Gamatsu has a article here. Nippon Ichi Software, or NIS as it's also known, launches a new title teaser website featuring a crucified rat. What kind of game is this guy developing teasing? This isn't crucified, by the way. This is pinned for dissection. But okay. But yeah, that does seem like it is going to be a dark humor style experience. The game 13 remake launches November 10th. There's a gameplay trailer. So we saw this listed, and it felt like there was a game called 13. And apparently there was a game called 13. Although I'm not really sure if this is a game that was relevant enough. We certainly would go through a major transformation as a video game society, video gaming community, if all of a sudden we started to say, hey, these remakes of old games that were bad are actually good now, and there are now games that have been brought back from the realm of being irrelevant into the realm of being relevant because of remakes. That's exactly what remakes were supposed to always do, but they've really failed miserably to actually accomplish that, and instead have caused a more nightmare scenario where good games are just getting remade and resold to us over and over again, and we're playing the same games over and over again instead of getting new content. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article. Cyberpunk turn-based rhythm game RPG Key Locker announced for PC. That seems like quite a large amount of descriptive terms here. Cyberpunk turn-based rhythm role-playing game It's from the developer of Virgo versus the Zodiac, which is also a game I have not heard of. I kind of like this art style. It definitely looks different, but I wonder how the game actually looks and actually plays versus that one stationary image. Yeah, it definitely is kind of lacking in graphics. Doesn't look terrible though. Although that rhythm mechanic, well, dungeon crawling is what I would call it. It does seem like it might be a bit of a pain. Okay. And so I did make it to the Humble Bundle store, and so let's just end up there and see if there's any new bundles. We have an RPG game bundle that's ending in a day and 12 hours. And we have a Codemasters 2020 bundle I think we've already seen. Yeah, well, let's just show it anyways. Pay $1 more, you get Toy Box Turbos, Grid, Autosport, and Operation Flashpoint, Dragon Rising, and Overlord 2. If you pay the average, you get $6 for $6.03. You get some FIFAs, F1s, some Dirt Rallies, Dirt 4 DLC, Dirt 4 DLC, and Dirt 4. I don't think I own Dirt 4, so it might actually not be a bad idea to get this. And if I pay $15 or more, you get FIFA F1 2019, not FIFA. I've been calling it FIFA. Dirt Rally 2. I think this might be a good deal at $6.03 as a bundle. But let's see. As far as other things, we have a Securing Your Stuff bundle. What is this? It's like a book bundle. And nothing else. So I think the game bundle here and here. This is RPG development. So this is the only game bundle actually at all. Let's see. This is just a ton of ebooks, particularly as far as IT network security. And who knows how good any of this actually is. It's probably not terrible to read a book in IT fields anyways. Even if it is fairly bad, you still probably will get a large amount of information. So yeah, we've got a lot of bundles happening, and we don't have any reason to go through my Twitter feed and see the other things. I still have a ton of stuff left over from Wednesday, so we'll do a draft and we'll deal with all of that, and hopefully we'll be able to do this and start this earlier. According to my counter, we've been going 4.5 hours. That's quite long, and we haven't dropped a single frame, so the network resetting didn't seem like it mattered either. Interesting. Almost certainly that should have dropped something. Frames, like, yeah, I'm not seeing a single frame even dropped. Alright, well, that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.